Hello. What's up, everybody? $10, Rasta, Gleger, Macaron, JR, Cassie, Enkthar, Bullvine, Fire, Rider, Sokoman, Zia, Gillette, Shamo, Thurlow, Shezar, Galax, Ellipsist, Red, Emma, Seraphin, Pukabear, Chipmunk. Hope everybody's doing good on this Wednesday, November 19th, 2025. My brain ready? I'm a little tired today. I didn't sleep as much as I would have liked, but it's okay. Fine. I poorly managed the temperature in my room yesterday, and I woke up after a couple hours and couldn't find sleep again. So it got a little colder. It's all right. I have enough energy to do a good run today, and then I'll probably take a nap or something. Let's see. Cassie, thank you for the tier 1, 39 months. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. That's a lot of months. It feels like just yesterday. But no, it's been over 3 years. Jesus. We're getting old. So with blueprints. Oh, yeah. I mean, either that or play the game yourself if you haven't. I'm not sure where you stand on that, Cassie. But if you haven't played the game yourself, maybe don't watch the VODs and get in there. It's one of the greats, in my opinion. I feel like it deserves to be in that, you know, that category of game that people bring up all the time with Outer Wilds and those, you know, those great experiences that are once in a lifetime. And we're lucky enough to get multiple of them. What's up, Cassie? Starting a new job, so... Right. Spanning eras. It's funny to look back, right? Like, what was life like when you guys first started watching me? For some of you, it's not that long ago. There are people here that, you know, were there during the first era of this stream, which is like over 13 years ago at this point. In the first era of this whole thing, even though there was a very long hiatus in the middle, but life was completely different back then. I was completely different. I didn't have a stash, for starters. I was full-time working as a teacher. I lived in a different place. Doesn't feel real sometimes. Some Nidals. My hair is a mess today. I watched Everything Everywhere All at Once yesterday for the first time. It was not the movie I was expecting. I mean, to be fair, I don't think anyone could have expected that. Yeah, interesting, Riv. There was a very short period of time where I streamed in French. Very short period of time. At the end of 2020, during the pandemic, I was doing like writing streams in French. Extremely short-lived. But yeah, there was a whole gaming era, like my first era of streaming, all the way back in the early 2010s. And it, in fact, started on a different website entirely that doesn't exist anymore, called Own TV. That was a whole thing. I was playing League of Legends then, on stream. Sounds like you didn't enjoy it. It was fine. It was. I enjoyed doing it during the pandemic, but it. You know, I don't know. The problem I quickly found out is I cannot do writing streams. I'm not productive when I'm streaming. In the way that I need to be for writing. So, what's up, Shadowcone? But I enjoyed talking about writing. That was fun. That was the end of 2020, Riv. From like October to December 2020, I think, was when I did that. Very short-lived. Very different life back then. Yeah. Disco Elysium's on sale, 75% till December. Got the game yesterday, looking forward to playing it. Yeah, we were talking about that the other day. I think someone got convinced to play. Was it on this channel or Naz's channel? I don't remember. But someone was convinced to play Disco Elysium, and I was like, you can probably get it for pretty cheap these days. Oh, it was on Naz's channel, actually. I remember writing that, not saying it. So I hope they take advantage of that. Whoever they were, I don't remember who it was. Yeah, that's interesting, Riv. Well, thank you. Nice to see some people from that era, which I don't think too many people, you know, stuck around, because obviously very different stream. But yeah, no, the man, I still remember the League of Legends streams from, like, I don't remember all of it, but I remember like how that era felt back in 2011, 2012 on owned TV. And that website was garbage, but that's where everyone playing League was, so that's where I went. And then eventually came back to Twitch, because my very, very, very first streams were playing StarCraft 2 on Justin TV back in the day. That didn't last very long, but I did that for a while. In 2010, believe it or not. I've been around this thing for a while. I wish I never took a hiatus. I wish I just kept streaming all those years. Where would I be right now? I mean, you never know, right? I see some people from that era that, you know, haven't really grown their channel and have streamed the entire time, so you never know. You never know. I look like a top laner. I did play top a little bit during a period of time, but no, initially, the role that attracted me the most when I started playing League was jungle, which is what I did for a while. I was a nocturne OTP for a while when I started playing. And then eventually, I don't know, I started playing with people, and one of them was like a jungle main, and he had more experience than me. Because I started playing with a bunch of people, and so I transitioned to mid lane. And that's what I played for a long time when I actually... I think most of my streaming League of Legends was still in the jungle. And like the second half of it, I was trying stuff in top lane, I was trying stuff in mid lane, but I was mostly still jungling. I remember doing like jungling marathon when new champions would come out. And yeah, eventually transitioned to mid lane, and then I played that a whole lot. And now that I came back to League a few months ago, after 10 years of being away, I transitioned back into jungle, my first love, and I'm just one-trick ponying Viego. Which, frankly, one-trick ponying Viego is like one-trick ponying the entire roster, so it's fine. Yeah. But anyway, back to Everything Everywhere All at Once. Not the movie I expected. I don't know if I liked it. And I'm not being, you know, I'm not being facetious. I don't know. I will have to watch that movie again. it definitely wasn't love at first sight with that movie. That's for sure. I feel like I need to see that movie again and catch a lot of stuff. I need to catch a lot of stuff that you miss on the first watch, I guess. Yeah, Querlick, never been a big fan of absurdism, and that's part of the problem. It's a little too Kafkaesque for me, if we're gonna use big words. It to me, it always feels all over the place when I watch stuff that has that element of randomness, right? And the problem is, I need the themes to be strong enough to sort of give me that line through the absurd, right? The random changes of setting, of characters, all that nonsense, right? I need a strong theme, and I don't know if I really vibe with the one in that. It felt, I'm gonna be honest, at first glance at least, and I need to watch the movie again, it's really a movie that I want to watch again. So it at least interests me enough for that, right? It felt very simplistic. The thematic treatment felt very simplistic. It felt a bit juvenile, not in a bad way necessarily, but it didn't blow my mind. It didn't like hit my emotions in a way that once I got what the movie was about, it was like, oh, okay, well, let's see how it surprises me. And no, it went straight, like, it's like the movie itself, what was happening, the characters, the settings, all those things were all over the place. But the theme was just this nice, quiet little, like, almost children book-like thematic treatment. Very simple, very easy to understand, very predictable. And so there was a little bit of a disconnect there for me. What's up, Brainy? What's up, Quasi? How are you guys doing today? I see account creation date when I'm in Chrome, but not on Firefox. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Could be an extension you have on Chrome, but not on Firefox, maybe. Do you have like FFZ or something? I don't know if it's like by default you can see the creation date, or if it's something that BTTV or FFZ fetches. I don't know. Yeah, that's weird though. Yeah. Sorry. You know what, Chipmunk? I can see that. Obviously, that's not an experience. Obviously, that's not an experience I share, so that sort of, that side of it for me didn't have any, obviously, like, it didn't hit close to home, right, in that sense. I'm looking at it from, like, just purely the perspective of, like, the average moviegoer, I guess. But yeah, I mean, I don't think, it's not, I don't think it was a bad movie. I don't think, I didn't have a bad time. I was entertained. It just, yeah, it felt like I never really felt the weight of the emotional stakes. I thought it just, that disconnect between the unpredictability of what was actually happening, like the plot, right, and the predictability of the themes was very much at odds for me. But again, it's just it's one of those things. I definitely feel like I need to see it again though, because I think there's a lot of symbolism and like sort of almost like there's a deeper layer in there almost like a, you know, meta deeper layer in the like the filmmaking actual part of it that I need to watch again. And I do want to almost like pause on some sequences when there's so many flashes and all that. I would love to like actually like, isolate every frame. I feel like there's a lot there that, you know, you don't quite catch on the first viewing, and maybe there's more substance down there than I couldn't see on the first watch. Oh yeah, I mean, obviously the cinematography was absolutely insane. Yeah, that nothing to say here. Cinematography was insane. Soundtrack was great. Performances were very good. Yeah. I haven't seen Glow, no. Wait, isn't Glow the wrestling one? No, hold on. I'm thinking of a different one, right? Oh no, it's that one. Yeah. What was the wrestling one again? No, it is the wrestling one. Hold on. Oh, I saw the TV Glow. My bad. I thought you meant, did you see the TV show Glow? My bad. My bad. I completely misread that. Yeah. I did not see that, as you can tell. Yeah, Macaron? Oh, hey, different strokes for different folks. Like I said, absurdism never did much for me. Even like when I was studying, you know, like the writers and the novels of that, you know. Never did much for me. It is what it is. But it's funny because like I think the first towards the end of the first act, when like the movie transitioned into like the second act, I had the realization, like it suddenly hit me that the movie was basically The Matrix written as a comedy, which I thought was quite an interesting, you know. Obviously it's a bit more than that, right? But there was a moment there where I was like, oh, this is just The Matrix as a comedy. What's up, Goal? How are you doing? No, I mean, yes. Eventually, Quasi, that was also my conclusion, was that thematically it had nothing to do with one another, but I mean, although there are some similarities with some of the stuff that gets brought up in the second Matrix movie, right? With like all the different versions of the same like iteration, and but again, it's a bit of it's still a different take on obviously what's happening. There's no prophetic symbolism in Everything Everywhere All at Once, which I appreciate. I don't think that was my favorite part of The Matrix. The battery, how are you doing today? Which is an interesting part of it, is at the beginning of the idea, and I don't want to get too much into the spoilers, but there's this idea that this character is the one, right? Which again contributed to me feeling like, oh, that's just The Matrix as a comedy, right? But then eventually, obviously that's not what it is, because the whole sort of the greater scale of whatever the conflict is, it gets completely disregarded for something much more personal, which again I think goes to the I think is a good angle for the movie to take. That part I thought was good. Yeah, I mean, and again, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, Quasi. I don't mind a simple, you know, simple message, simple theme, nothing too complicated. It just felt it felt like it clashed with the way the movie was actually shot, right? It for me personally, it didn't land as, oh, there's this whole thing, but the core is simple and that's good. Because then you get to understand while also enjoying the, you know, all the absurd and the randomness of the you know, the situation. For me, it felt like a disconnect, but that's just personal perception, of course. Yeah, I get that, Quasi. That is fair. And again, like I said, it's a movie I want to watch again. Because I do want to get, like, a, you know, I feel like I missed a few things that could make the movie better for me if I noticed them. Yeah, maybe, Quasi. Maybe. In the chaos of life, you find the simple things and you latch onto them. Maybe so. I guess, but looking at it from that lens, I guess to me, the problem is that the chaos of the movie doesn't feel relatable. It doesn't feel like a chaotic life that I can relate to. Right. It feels like a weird dream that I just wake up and like, oh, that was a dream, right? So it doesn't, to me personally, it doesn't have that impact of, damn, life is chaotic, but maybe I can latch onto those simple things, right? And it's not so much, I like the multiverse type stuff, right? It went a little too hard on the, hey, let's have a random, you know, nonsensical thing here or there. Those parts for me took away from the experience a little bit. But again, it's just my opinion, doesn't have that much value. I like the rug scene. I will say that. Among all the absurd, nonsensical stuff, the rug scene was the one that I liked the most. I could have done without the hot dog fingers. But the rug scene, you can keep that one in. Which is so funny because talking about the movie like that, and if you haven't seen the movie, you're like, what the fuck are you talking? Yes, exactly. That's the problem. Yeah, see the Rakakui or whatever it was called in the movie. That part again could have done without. But the rug, the movie star, the you know, all those little variations, lovely. Everything that was a little more grounded worked for me, not the wacky stuff. And I understand, you know, multiverse, infinity of possibilities, random weird shit's gonna happen. It just, there's a creative license there for me that you use to sort of make the movie maybe feel a little more grounded and consistent. And I feel like, and again, completely personal, right? But to me, those wacky moments took away from the overall vibe of the film. But I mean, I guess it's of course, it's a vision, it's a director's thing, and I respect that. It's just, you know, personal preferences. But yes, I agree with that, Quasi, and I think it's fantastic that a movie like that can win Best Picture. Because much in the same way that I feel about video games, we need more creative stuff, because when it hits, it does. No, I think it was fine, Macron. I think their vision was great, and I think that, you know, what they were trying to do, they did it well. I think it's just a personal dislike for that kind of stuff, right? It's very different, you know, sort of sphere, but to me, it's the same thing as watching Rick and Morty, right? I do like a lot of Rick and Morty sometimes, but the random humor and the wacky, you know, nonsensical transitions and stuff, that stuff never hits for me. It's always missing. I never think it's good humor. I never think it's funny. I never think it adds value to whatever they're trying to do in the episode. It's just random for the sake of being random. It never works for me. I don't know. It's just I guess it's just a difference in sense of humor, and I can't explain it. And maybe in a way that's the same part of, you know, why I have issues with some of the parts of Expedition 33, right? The part of the game that really pulled me away and didn't make, you know, made it hard for me to continue, it feels the same to me. It's like a random sort of wacky comedy moment that I'm like, I don't know, this doesn't fit. Like, this doesn't work within the you know, how I personally envision the thing, which obviously the people creating it disagree, but that's a bar cheesy. Yeah. And don't get me wrong, I like humor, I like lighthearted stuff, I very much love comedies. I like when comedy can slide inside, you know, something very serious. Those things I absolutely don't mind. It's just, yeah, I think it's the randomness of it. When I feel like something came out of a brainstorming where it was like, oh, let's just throw like random ideas and, oh yeah, that's funny, that's so random, and then you put it in your project, that never works for me. And I'm sure that's not the actual process, right? But it feels that way sometimes from the outside. Basically all of the S3, that's nonsense. The vision in that game is very coherent, cohesive. But yeah, like, have you guys seen Sunshine? I think that's a great example of sort of how I feel about all this. The Danny Boyle movie Sunshine, right? Or even The Beach. In fact, Danny Boyle is a great example of someone who lands those things extremely well for me. If you've seen The Beach with DiCaprio, the tone shifts in that movie can be crazy. It goes from like super dark to very funny to, you know, wacky, and suddenly there's like a video game sequence. All of that lands extremely well for me. Because it feels like I understand why it feels that way. The video game sequence, while random, feels like a a drug trip, because they're completely the character's doing drugs and he feels like he's like dissociating with his life. So there's like it's a simple one short sequence and it makes sense within the context of them. It's not like a random there's links, connections to this. It's relevant, exactly. And Sunshine, like, I loved the second half of the movie. I thought it was extremely well set up. You can see sort of like the build up towards that, the foreshadowing with the videos they watch and everything. So when it happens, I was like, holy fuck, now we're, obviously it was a tone shift, but it was one that made sense within the context of the movie. Now imagine if that tone shift, and I'm not going to be too specific because of spoilers, but if instead of what happens, they open the station and there's a bunch of weird alien creatures whose bodies are like slinkies, slinkies, and they move like that, and they do poink, poink, poink. They do like wacky clown sounds as they move around and chase the characters. That's what it feels like for me. That's exactly what it feels like. That's me recreating that movie, right? With the same approach. Let's put random things together that we think of, like Mad Libs, right? What's your opinion on absurdism? Not a huge fan. We actually talked about it, Nibiru, just earlier when I started talking about Everything Everywhere All at Once. Not a big fan. I remember studying a lot of it, like in high school, the books and all that, Kafka, all those nerds. It never really did much for me. Which obviously, puts me in a weird situation to enjoy something like... But again, I want to make it clear. I enjoyed watching the movie. I thought it was super fun, and I can't wait to watch it again. It literally made me want to watch the movie again, which clearly says that I didn't dislike it. It didn't fully hit in the way I was expecting it would, maybe. Especially because I've heard so much praise for that movie. People like that know me well told me, you need to watch that movie, you're gonna love it. So, when people say stuff like that, you're like, okay, I'm excited, But anyway, it is what it is. How is everybody else doing? I'm just like I said yesterday. I'm started watching movies again, trying to watch as many movies as I can. So you're gonna have to deal with my rants, either rants or gushing about the movies that I've seen. I still think about One Battle After Another. What a film! Oh my god! I was thinking about it earlier today when I was waking up, and God, that movie was great. And also a great example of, again, like I didn't think about it until just now, but a great example of how comedy can be implemented in a very serious subject matter in a way that, that just works. And for those of you who've seen it, I'm going to be vague for the sake of spoilers, but the fall scene around the middle of the movie, the one, so, so funny to me. So, like, completely unexpected. Complete shift of whatever's going on at the time. But it's so, like, it hits so, in such a funny way to me, because it says so much about the character. You have this vision of this character, and like, he's, is trying to act like an action hero, and it's so good. It says so much about that character. And it's not random. Like, it's actually what should happen in those situations. One battle after another, Nidals. The new EA movie. With Leonardo DiCaprio. Oh wait, are you talking about it? Oh, okay, we're talking about different movies then, Glegor. I didn't know you were on your own conversation. I've never heard of that one. 99 francs. Never heard of it. Yeah, no, it's alright. I just didn't realize there was a second conversation. French movie with Jean Dujardin. Oh, speaking of Jean Dujardin, I need to watch The Artist. I haven't watched that one. I think I'm on a quest to watch all the Best Picture movies I haven't seen. I think that's a good way to start watching more movies again. Last time I had a kick of watching a ton of movies was in 2021. I watched 2 movies per day for like 3 months or something. I was depressed and in my house there was nothing to do. I'm trying to think what's my favorite movie that I've seen that won Best Picture. Spotlight, maybe? Spotlight's fucking amazing. I need to watch No Country for Old Men. It beat There Will Be Blood for Best Picture, so I need to watch to see if I should be like retroactively offended that one of my favorite movies of all time didn't win. Yeah, I mean, I think I will like No Country for Old Men. I do like the Coen Brothers, so I think it's unlikely that I'm not gonna like it. Which movie didn't win? There Will Be Blood. I haven't seen that one, Puka Bear. No. I do like Philip Seymour Hoffman, though. Philip Seymour Hoffman. What movie won in like 2017? Moonlight, of course. Yeah, that's one that I want to watch too. Moonlight. I saw a lot of movies from that year. Of course, Manchester by the Sea is my favorite movie of all time. It didn't win that year, but it makes sense. A little too dark. Yeah, Moonlight I hear a lot of good things about. Well, anyway, how about we step inside the house and see what we can do today? Day 15. Godfather 2. What's up, Naz? Nice blue. I know you haven't changed, I'm just saying. Very manly blue, if you ask me. I don't know what those people were talking about the other day. So, yeah, The Godfather 2 won first sequel to win Best Picture, actually. Interesting. Huh. The third one was the one that everyone hated, right? Well, maybe that's a strong word, but everyone was sort of disappointed by it. Yeah, I saw the Godfather trilogy when I was like a teenager. It's been way too long. I need to watch them again. It was sort of those movies that, you know, I don't know. I was in the late 90s or something. I was on a kick of watching all the IMDb top 200 movies or something, right? Which I'm sure many, you know, maybe some of you have done something similar. And but yeah, that was so long ago. I don't think I had the sort of understanding of stories that I have now to enjoy those movies as much. I was a little too young. Yeah, I need to rewatch those for sure. Three was a trash fire. It was very bad. Yeah, I don't remember. I don't even know if I maybe didn't watch number 3 because it probably wasn't on the list, right? Yeah, maybe I even didn't watch that one. Interesting. Something to do. Something to look forward to. Oh, man. But yeah, no. Watching movies feels so good. I don't know. It makes me more creative. Makes me excited. Every time I get a phase like that when I watch a bunch of movies, it just, I don't know, there's something so fulfilling about it. I just love movies. It feels different than TV shows for me most of the time. Well, I guess it depends. Some TV shows, especially shorter ones, can hit sort of the same. Like there's something about the structure of a movie that I find extremely pleasing. I saw the TV glow. Yeah, I mean, I need to look at that one, I guess. I saw the TV glow. 2024. Okay. Jack Haven. Justice Smith. Okay. Directed by Jane Schönbrunn. Sorry. What else has she done that I may have seen? Nothing. I have not seen anything she did. They did, sorry. Interesting. But going back, I don't know if Nibiru, if you're still around, but speaking about absurdism, if it's done lightly, I can really enjoy it. A good example of that is a movie called, I don't know if you've seen it, Jeff Who Lives at Home. It has a little bit of that absurdist splash to it, and I think it's fantastic. I thought that movie was incredible. Very underrated. It completely flew under the radar, even though it had pretty high-profile actors. I think it's an amazing movie. Of course, Macaron, of course. And, you know, some TV... I love the structure of a TV show as well. The episodic structure can be really fun when it's done well, right? so many shows that I really enjoy, but it feels like the way TV shows are done these days changes a little bit. I think because of the streaming, right? The nature of streaming. It used to be more that every episode was its own like its own thing. Continuity existed, of course, but it you know, it took a back step to the unit of a single episode because of the TV schedules and you know, the way they were trying to get those episodes to be able, like, anyone should be able to watch an episode randomly and you know, not be overwhelmed by, oh fuck, I haven't seen the beginning of the show, I don't understand anything that's happening. I feel like streaming changed that a little bit, right? And so a lot of modern TV shows feel like just long movies. And sometimes I think that's a detriment, right? It's like, oh man, I mean, this could have been a long movie, right? I don't know if it makes sense, but oh yeah, Barry's excellent. I want to rewatch Barry. That show is fucking great. I haven't seen Bo is Afraid, no. I've seen the name around before, but I've never watched it. And I was thinking, just that conversation makes me think about adolescence again. And that's a great example of a TV show where not only does the full unit of the 4 episodes work really well together, it is also a show where you could watch any of those episodes isolated from the others. You could pick any episode of Adolescence and just watch it separately from the others, and it works. You could watch episode 4 without having seen the rest of the show, and you would get it. You would understand what's going on. It would work. The way that show was made, the way that show was shot, the way that show was written is such an achievement. I don't know. I don't know if it beats The Leftovers but I think it's giving The Leftovers a run for its money in terms of being my favorite show of all time. Every time I think about Adolescence, I keep getting my mind blown over and over again just thinking about it. What a fucking TV show that was. What a great piece of media. I haven't seen The Expanse, I haven't seen Mr. Robot, I haven't seen The Americans. Sorry, John McClurk. Clearly I need to spend more time sitting in my bed watching things. The Expanse, I've mentioned The Expanse before. The problem with The Expanse is every time I think about watching that show, I'm like, I should read the books first. And then I never read the books. So I should just bite the bullet and watch the show, I guess. Mr. Robot, I'm very interested. It's been on my list of I need to watch for a long, long time. I just never got around to it. And The Americans, I don't know if I've ever even heard of it. If I did, it didn't register. The Americans. Oh, never mind. Yeah, Kerry Russell. I remember hearing about it. Yes. I actually remember hearing about it not too long ago when, for some reason, I was thinking back to Felicity, the TV show Felicity. And I was like, oh, I wonder what Kerry Russell's about, you know, is up to these days. It's like the only time I saw her outside of Felicity was in an episode of Scrubs, randomly, right? So. Captain Dax, Goose, Strange Pie, good to see you guys. How is everybody doing today? Yeah, I've never seen Supernatural, but I hear good things about it. I mean, I think Supernatural is one of those, you know, it's one of those shows that hits when you're younger. You watch it on TV and you just like follow the thing, and you know, it's like it's a modern Buffy the Vampire Slayer, right? In a way, it hits in the same way, kind of. Alright, let's get in there. Got carried away talking about movies and TV shows, and now it's already, you know, an hour into the stream and we haven't even taken a step. Boom, boom. What are you after this run? I feel like there's a word missing. Oh, what are you after this run? I don't know. Let me check my checklist. Yeah, I thought we were getting like, you know, existential for a sec. I guess that's what I said yesterday, right? Open new rooms that I haven't opened before to hopefully find new information. If I find the items that I need to do those things, right? Like check the documents in the basement, break the wall, see if we can find the pump room and work with that reservoir again. Check underground if I have access to the tomb, which I think is the first thing I should do right now, probably. Yeah. Basically, I think I'm slightly aimless for this specific run. But my goal is opening new rooms, finding items, and see what I can do with it. So I think this one's gonna be like fill everything and see what RNG gives me. I think that's gonna be the goal. But there's a few things I need to do first. I'm gonna open a side room that is not the tomb, and then I'm gonna go underground and check if I can still access the tomb, even if it's not drafted. That's something I want to try. Classrooms! Well, talk about new fucking rooms. Okay. Never heard of classrooms before. Fair enough. How is this game still out of nowhere bringing new things I haven't seen before? And at least at this point, it seems like we've found every... I would love to find a shrine again. God, the shrine was so good. Is that a broken handle? Wow, broken handle in the first fucking room. Okay. It's looking good for the improved sledgehammer. And if we find a green room, we can also... Well, no, actually, this time, if I find a greenhouse, I'm not activating it. My goal is not to get to the end today. Herbert's classroom, huh? Long before Reddington Elementary was opened, school convened in a single small building. As the student body grew over the years, the need for separate classrooms for each grade arose, and the Mount Holly Schoolhouse was officially closed down. So it puts 8 classrooms in the draft pool. That's gonna be overwhelming. Hopefully they're good rooms, because We're gonna have to deal with them. I have a feeling a classroom would be a dead end. That worries me a little bit. But we'll see. Can I even see it yet? No, I'm assuming it's one of those that I haven't found. My luck would... Okay. This just took a turn. Hold on. Before I activate that, I need to read the document that's here. Closing address. For the last 38 years, it has been my pleasure of serving as your schoolmaster in this humble little facility. And meager as it may look by modern standards, I think most of us who spend our afternoons here will readily admit that we are reluctant to see this small piece of Reddington history go. I first wish to thank Lady Epson, our most gracious host today, for not only paying attention in my classes those many years ago, but for all the fundraising she has done on behalf of our community and our children. Without her, Reddington Elementary would still be a distant and blurry vision, a vision that I dared not even dream. That dreamer, of course, is the incomparable Mrs. Peterson, our future principal and my reluctant successor, who I might add forced me to give this speech. So I think I'll end my praise of her there, though she deserves much more than I'll admit. To the architect of our new school, the Baron Sinclair. I don't know why I go French every time I see the name, but thank you for following in your father's footsteps in building Reddington yet another school, and for also allowing the use of your own private residence and floor plans to serve as our interim facility until the new campus is completed in March. A decision I'm certain he will immediately regret tomorrow morning when he hears the children running through his halls. Interesting that this was a school for a period of time. And lastly, I wish to thank all my students, many of you here today, whom I have not seen in years, whose faces I still remember as young and manners wild. Those here whose parents before them I have also taught, and whose children I may yet. Without you, I would have had a lifetime of quiet peace, and yet what is all the peace in the world if you have no one to bestow the merits upon? Oh, that's a nice sentence. Nice sentiment, also. Thank you all sincerely. My time here has meant the world to me, and if I am still standing in 8 months, I will see you all at the slightly less melancholic ribbon-cutting ceremony next year. Better joke to end, question mark. Remember to give Mrs. Peterson her gift. Alright. Yeah, I guess so, Quasi, yeah. It's difficult to go against decades of habits. I like that idea of, like, you know, without you guys I would have had a quiet life. It always reminds me of that one dedication in a book that I've heard of before, that basically said, I want to, you know, thank my wife and children, without whom this book would have been completed 2 years earlier. I always love that one. Alright, I did some notes. I don't bring the notes up because I'm just chatting. And yeah. Which reminds me, I don't know why it reminds me of that, but I think it was the sort of like profound sentiment of that letter. I was watching more of Brennan Lee Mulligan's Last Meal today. Well, I haven't finished watching the video yet. I'm watching in little segments while I'm eating. He said something I thought was amazing when he was like reflecting on his privilege, and you know, he said, I'm paraphrasing, but basically I feel so lucky that I was able to make so many mistakes when I didn't care, or that I was able to face failure when I didn't care, right? Meaning when I was younger and I, you know, Because obviously you learn through failure. Especially like in creative jobs and, you know, all those things. And when you start caring too much about what you produce, which is a problem for a lot of people, it really puts a hurdle in your progress, right? Like how many writers I've seen that just never really write anything because they hate what they're writing. And I'm like, yeah, of course you do. Of course you will. You're gonna continue hating it for a while. That doesn't really stop, but you have to be able to live with how bad it is at first to finally get to the good stuff and make it better, right? And so the way he expressed that, it was like, I felt very lucky that I was able to make those mistakes and failures when I didn't care. And, you know, it's not just not caring, but it's being in a situation when you can afford to do that, right? You can afford to make those mistakes. That is such a huge privilege. And I think it was great the way he like recognized that. Yeah, for sure, Quasi. And it's a skill, right? I mean, it's something you develop over years of... It's like you build a language in your brain, right? Improv is not just like being quick-witted. It's also building that sort of like internal catalog of things, right? You make connections faster because you've read those grounds before. It's literally like building another language in your brain. It is, Macaron, because you have to go through that. Nobody's good the first time. You're not good out of the gates at anything. Some people are better than others, right? Not everyone starts at the same level necessarily, but your potential is always better. Like there's always more potential you can explore. And I think no matter how good you are at the start, no matter how naturally gifted you may be, your standards also raise with that. So nobody's ever satisfied with what they do at first. Yeah, exactly, Quasi. Absolutely. And it's not linear. Because the more you learn, the more you realize what sucks, right? So it's like every time you start over, it's a new process. Every time you start a new thing. Anyway, let's turn this thing and see what happens. I am so excited for this. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's a fucking elevator, isn't it? Oh boy, what the hell is this? Am I done with the classroom, I think? Yep, there it is. But first, before I do that, I do want to check on that tomb theory first. And then we'll take that elevator and see where it leads. But I want to be methodical in my knowledge, or I will forget. And also move that fucking card that's been in the way so every time. Okay, so we basically... That's the one we sold. It's closed, isn't it? Okay then. Okay. You don't have access if the tomb's not drafted. Makes sense. And now we push this one here. And we could have access to the foundation. No, actually no, because the elevator's not there. It's fine. Let's go back out and see what the other elevator does. Provided it's even an elevator, I'm not even sure. It looks like one, maybe. You know, Nibiru, I agree. I think they have different skills. I don't think it's you know, that easy to compare straight up, but I personally prefer watching Brennan. He has a much better sense of pace. The big thing for me. It is an elevator. Okay. Oh boy. Oh my god. Another mining report. Foreman's log number 3, 1915. Ooh. As our client Thomas Sinclair suspected, the arches that were visible from the south cliff were part of a much longer arcade carved into the rock face. Last week, when our crew first arrived, only 2 supporting pillars were visible, but after only a few days of clearing vines, moss, and dirt, we have uncovered a dozen more. Our exploration so far has been limited and entirely superficial, as every shaft we have surveyed has ended abruptly, and every promising path leading deeper into the mountain has been blocked by tunnels packed tight with soil, rock, and debris. The site is either much older than we first assumed, or someone deliberately had these chambers buried. Suddenly we have like an old buried civilization angle to this whole thing. Like, what the fuck, dude? What are we doing? Where do I put this? I don't know. Blue Flames elevator. Actually, I should probably make that a big one. Let me bring up the notes while I'm doing all this. Blue Flames elevator. The music is great too here. Very moody. I feel like I'm under-equipped for this. I feel like I should have like a sledgehammer or something. Or a jackhammer. Some kind of hammer would make me feel better. I knew it. I fucking knew it. How do I... Okay, I think I have the information I need. But I'm not sure how it just comes together. Like, how can I... Okay, let's... Can I just... Whoa. Okay, hold on. The Precipice is the name of that area. Okay. Where... Okay, for instance, where did I find... the Queen. It's in the study. The Queen's in the study. I've had the study 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1. Four, 1. 3, 1. Or I should say 1. Well, I don't know how that translates to, like, do I need to, okay, do I need to draft the rooms and then put the pieces where they need to be? What's up, Brendan? Thank you for the raid, I appreciate you. What's up, gnomes? Thank you, Brendan. Hope you've been well. Because, like, the position of those things can change all the time. Yeah, the study can be on the complete opposite side of the fucking map. So, there's no consistency there. I feel like I need to put rooms, draft rooms first, and then come here and place them where they need to be. That's what I think I need to do. Because otherwise, I don't know where I would put them. Yeah, I think that's my first instinct is that you find those pieces, you draft the rooms. Man, I knew I should have been, I mean, I took notes, which is already pretty good, but I know I should have done more tracking those chess pieces. But I mean, I've done a decent job, I think. I've done a decent job. Where... Okay, the bishop... There's a bishop in the chapel, I think, right? There's a rook in the nook. That sounds great. There's a nook in the rook. A rook in the nook. Bishop in the rumpus room. Study needs to be drafted. Where the hell's the king, though? Have I seen a... I've seen a king, I'm sure. There was... we've only seen one king in the office. Yes. Okay, I think I need to drive those rooms, and then I need to put the pieces on the correct... Okay, well, here's our goal for today, I guess. Let's try to do that. What? Oh, maybe that gets opened by the... by the puzzle. The foreman's copy, do not remove from sight. Realm and Something by Professor Ard Willard. Sigils of the Past and Present. Canaries, Robert, Bird, and Son. Introduction? Question mark? First era found either of a natural creations accustomed to record various signs with the aid. They did this in order that the realm might not be understood by strangers. Historically speaking, sigils are not a new tradition. They've been found in every era and every culture and predate both written text and heraldic arts. However, today when we use the term sigil, we're referring specifically to the realm's sigils. Those crude circular marks and designation found on royal artifacts, buildings, and older documents. This book was written to make simple the understanding of these fascinating glyphs and to clearly display the correlation between each sigil and the iconography of the realm's royal art. How is the image of a leafless burning tree seen in geometric lines, and what does that tell us of a kingdom's history? Each line, each circle, each variation tells a story of the land. Even the adorned borders around the sigils have special meaning. The sigil. To understand a realm sigil, we must first dismantle the symbol and identify the individual elements that make up the whole. Each sigil is composed of 4 things: the core, the dividing line. Those are the ones we like. The first one we solved was one of those sigils, right? So we need to find 7 more. Which, good luck. I guess maybe this one's one. I don't know. Dividing lines, the rays, the moats, and the border. The core. At the center of his sigil is a unique shape different for each realm. If the core gives us a name, then the rest of the sigil tells us the history behind the name. Still, it is important to be able to identify and distinguish the core as a first step in deciphering any sigil, as all the other parts are meaningless if we don't first know the place we're describing. Several examinations. Okay, so the first one was Orindia, I guess, then Fenaries, then I'm not sure. Oh my god, incomplete documents. Terrible. The rays from the core splitting the sigil from one sigil to the other, different numbers, style difference immediately reveal several things. Counting the sigil, transportation, ships, expense. I feel like we need to find a, you know, a better version of that book somewhere. I think it might have been in the bookshop. I think we might have bought it yesterday actually. Wavy lines are used to indicate extreme heat. Scorched air, blazing sun cause the otherwise straight rays to appear shimmering. A rainy realm is indicated with rays of 3 vertical lines pouring down. For the more extreme stormy weather, a jagged lightning-shaped ray is used. A ray dot with falling circles is used for colder realms, in which snow is a common occurrence. And a windy weather displayed on sigils by the use of bent curved lines, rays buckling under the high winds. And then the moats. So I'm assuming some of those sigils we're gonna have to figure it out based on like what we learn about the realms. We're not gonna find like a specific version of the sigils. We're gonna have to figure out based on the history and everything. That's gonna be a whole thing. On each sigil floating between the rays are small figures called motes. From the shape, style of the motes used on the sigil, we can tell the type of society a given realm proclaimed, if they considered themselves mighty in arms or blessed by artistic and economic fortune. Tribal, primitive realm, hunter and gatherers. So the one we already did, the Orindia, was metropolitan. Makes sense, I think. Agricultural, harvest, farming-based society and culture. Martial, military, generation spanning, blah blah blah. Academic, center for knowledge, advanced various scholarly pursuits. These realms are home to many schools, universities, and libraries. Industrial, engineering-driven culture, focused on manufacturing, invention, and production. Spiritual, an elevated reverence for nature, animals, and the forces that guide us. Poetic, a strong focus on the advancements of the arts, writing, music, and language. And then the borders. Container for the information within. 8 different borders, each one corresponding to a different color. Borders always correspond to the banner and national colors of that specific realm. White, black, red, violet, pink, green, yellow, orange, white. Putting it all together. By studying the core, rays, modes, and borders of its sigil, you should now be able to unlock the meaning behind what previously has been an indecipherable enigma. And then some notes. Oh boy, okay, we've got our work cut out for us. I'm gonna take a few screenshots of these, even though I'm pretty sure we'll get a better version of it in the library. Maybe this one has, information that will remain relevant if the new editions have been changed. Maybe by comparing 2 editions, we'll find some differences. This makes me feel like I'm Johnny Depp in The Ninth Gate. Love it. Studying old books to solve ancient mysteries. I need to watch that movie again. Yeah, me too, Nibiru. I think it's a very interesting movie, and the sound design in that movie is exceptional. Shame the director is an absolute piece of garbage. But I'll very happily watch my pirated copy. I'm not showing you the notes, but I'm basically just screenshotting this and lining them up, so nothing too interesting happening in the notes right now. Actually, I can bring it up. So you guys feel included in the process. Wait. Oh my god, if I... God damn it. I've been going back and forth. Oh my god, I'm such an idiot. I've been clicking wrong. What's up, Chem Time? What's the issue with the director? Roman Polanski is a convicted as far as I can tell, hold on, was it either a rapist or a pedophile, maybe both? He's been convicted. Like, it's not like, you know, it's like proper convictions, and he escaped to France to not... Yeah, drugging and raping 13-year-old girl. Was arrested, convicted, all of it. And then he escaped to France to, you know... Yeah. The Ninth Gate is Roman Polanski. Yeah. It's very sad that he's being protected by legal loopholes and shit. The man should not be able to make more movies and live free, but oh well. I guess the law doesn't matter if you're rich enough. Yeah, Red, and he's also a great example of, you know, no, Red, Quasi is a great example that I like bringing up when I say that I don't think you can separate the art from the artist. Not in that sense, at least. To me, separating the art from the artist goes the other way around. It's like, because that person made some great art doesn't mean they're above, you know, they should be above the law or anything. If your village's baker makes some great bread, but assaulted a bunch of children in your town, in your village, you're not gonna be like, oh yeah, that's fine, he makes great bread, I'm gonna keep buying from him. No, you'll want that person to be behind bars. And like I always say, I think it's a great analogy, is if you already bought a baguette before you knew, eat the fucking baguette, that's fine, right? But you're not gonna go buy one more the next day. Right? When the artist is dead and the money goes to the victims, that's okay. I don't think there's too many examples of that, but in that, you know, in that scenario, sure. I don't think there's too many examples of that, though. In fact, I cannot come up with a single example. I'm sure there are, but I can't come up with one. Yeah, Red. Interesting. I've never heard of that. I'm not big on Mark Wahlberg, so I guess I just never knew, but that's wild. No, I agree with that too, Quasi, for sure. I absolutely agree with that. And again, like the Ninth Gate is a great example. Love the Ninth Gate, love that movie, or even Harry Potter. Love Harry Potter. I had a lot of fun watching those books, and it will still hold a special place for me. But I won't be buying more Harry Potter books, right? It doesn't prevent me from rereading my old copies, but I'm not gonna buy more. It doesn't invalidate how much I enjoy the books and what I can get from them. But at the same time, it doesn't, you know, it doesn't make me wanna support her or excuse her for what she says because she wrote some good books, right? Yeah, but that's the thing, Quasi. What I was trying to emphasize, I think, is usually when that phrase is brought up, it's like, oh yeah, but you know, you have to separate the art from the artist. So I'm gonna keep supporting the artist I like, even though they're a terrible person, right? That's most often the way it's brought up. So I like bringing up the other part of it. Because they wrote something good doesn't mean they deserve the support and forgiveness, right? I appreciate like taking the opposite stance there just for equilibrium sake, I guess. But yes, your much more nuanced take is the correct one. I don't understand the question, Gecko. Where you is a result if today? Where are you? I'm sorry, but that doesn't help. I'm still confused. You might have to write the entire thing again. I feel like that's not the context I see. Interesting. Yeah, to me, every time I hear about separating the art from the artist, it's always in defense of the artist. And to justify, you know, continuing supporting them and all that. Almost every time. I don't know, maybe I look at in the wrong places. Where you are is a result of today. Okay, so it was actually, am I having a stroke? I don't understand the question. I'm sorry, it's me, it's not you. It's clearly me. Where you are is a result of today, question mark. I did find the fourth flame. I did take the elevator down. That's where I was. And yeah, it just happened today. If that's the question. What's up, Psycho Rider? Maybe you wanted a quick update. I'm happy to provide the quick update. I'm just not sure what the question exactly was. I'm sorry. Again, it's me. I just streamer brain. Oh, right. Yes, we got there today by opening the schoolhouse and finding the fourth flame. If that was the question. Yeah. I'm sorry. It's just me. I couldn't read your sentence in the way I needed. You know what, Gnomes? It often does for me too, especially if... I don't know. It can affect my enjoyment for sure. I think it depends on the amount of like connection I have with the work before I knew, right? Like there's this weird case example that I'm thinking of, which is there's a famous French musical artist, singer. It was the lead singer of a very popular French band in the 90s called Noir Désir. The singer is Bertrand Cantat, and he was he did jail for murdering his girlfriend. And And it's interesting because his previous work before all that happened, I loved it in the 90s. I was a big fan of Noir Désir. I loved their songs. They're one of their albums that I revered as one of my favorite albums of all time. And when I listen to that album, I still get that nostalgia. I still get that feeling of like, yeah, that was really fucking good. But since he came out of prison, he started writing again, right? He started writing more music, and I tried listening to it one day on YouTube, and I was like, I can't get into it. Because I immediately, like, it's new stuff, but I immediately associate it with the person. In which case, I can't get in it, right? I can't get into it. I can't suspend my knowledge, right? But for the stuff that I already knew, that I already consumed, that I already enjoyed, I can hang on to that nostalgia. It's like, it's as if you appropriate the stuff you've experienced in the past, right? You appropriate the stuff. It becomes yours, sort of, right? And then it has that special connection with you. But the new stuff that's coming out, that's not yet connected to you, that's when the perception of the artist has an impact, I feel. That's how it works for me, it seems. Yeah. But yeah, I've already talked about that in the sense of, I think we were playing Dark Souls 2 at the time. I remember having that conversation while playing Dark Souls 2. That's funny. I was in the Iron Keep, I think, even. I remember walking on those, like, fiery ledges. And to me, that's a great example of very justifiable piracy. If I want to watch The Ninth Gate again, I'm not going to buy a Blu-ray version of the film. I'll just download it. And I get to enjoy the fucking movie and give absolutely no support. I'm sure it's, if you really think about it, it's a bit more complex than that, but... the murder was after Random Red. Disturbed and David Draymond, yeah. But yeah, it's an interesting conversation. I think there's a lot of feelings involved there. And listen, ultimately the thing I always say is, I don't feel comfortable judging people for what they enjoy, right? And I think a great example of that was when the Harry Potter game came out. People want to enjoy the game because Harry Potter means that much to them, and it's such an important part of their youth, and it's an escape for them, and it gives them the joy that they need in their life. I'm not going to judge that person for buying the game, right? It's like, sure, enjoy it, right? I think the problem is deeper than that. And I understand why this is like a debatable position, because you're like, well, by enjoying the thing you like, you're, negatively affecting some other people. Maybe some of your friends, maybe some of the people you love, right? So I get that it's a bit more complex than that, but I don't like blaming the individuals for those things. I think there's something about, like, there's a systemic approach there that should need to be taken care of, right? Ideally, there should be a world where some passionate people that love that world could make a game about it that others could enjoy as well, and the author could be removed from it and not get any money from it, and being deplatformed. And I think there should be a world. I know it's very idealistic. That's not how it works. I get it. And there's a whole other cohort of issues that would come out of that with the IP ownership and copyrights and all that, right? But it's just that there's sometimes so little joy to find in this world, right? That I understand. I don't feel comfortable telling someone, like, you shouldn't enjoy this thing that brings you so much joy because of that one person. And it feels weird to me, even though I completely understand that sort of the bigger picture, right? I don't know. it's definitely hard. It's a difficult sort of. It's a difficult, complex situation to navigate. It's called expired copyright. Yeah, in the case of H.P. Lovecraft, easy, right? So much more simple. Unfortunately, that's not how it works most of the time. I really got into Good Omens, and the Neil Gaiman stuff came out. Yeah, that's one that I was very disappointed by. I really thought that guy was cool. I really liked the guy. Oh well. Never put anyone on a pedestal, right? I always repeat that, but that's true. Never put anyone on a pedestal. No one. Never know. Yeah, and see, Macaron, I get that perspective. I completely understand it. But I hope you can see where I'm coming from also with the idea of I wouldn't buy and stream the game because it would go against my principles to purchase and stream that game. Especially the streaming part feels icky because it's like you're promoting the game also at the same time, right? But it doesn't sit well for me to personally for me to judge and judge someone for wanting to enjoy the game, right? Again, because of that idea of, and I get it. I understand what you mean, right? That's why I think it's complicated. And maybe my perspective would be different if I was one of the minorities that is directly affected, right? Obviously, I have to be aware of that. But I feel, and I hope, at least, maybe more than I feel, I hope that I can still, be a friend to many people that I know are, directly affected by that stuff. And I hope I can still be a friend and hopefully an ally to them while still holding that position. Because I don't know. And I think that the important nuance there is like it's not defending the position of like someone wants to enjoy the fucking game, let them. It's more I don't feel comfortable judging them because I don't know what's behind the curtain of how much it means to them, how important it could be to them, how maybe life-saving it could be of an experience, right? And again, I understand that this is a very complicated situation, of course. Yeah, no, absolutely, Quasi. But I also appreciate the idea, and I think that's something I've seen relayed by a lot of by a lot of trans people about that topic when there was a big discussion. I think I've seen that opinion relayed, and I thought it was also an interesting take. Is there's value in not letting the greatness of that world and the happiness it brought to so many people, and the safe place it brought to so many people, to be destroyed by some horrible bitch, even if she created it. Right? I think there's value there. I don't know exactly how it works and how to reconcile that with everything else, but I think there's something there that that deserves to maybe be explored. I don't know. There's an old saying, never meet your heroes, yeah. No one except for you, you're worthy to be put on a pedestal. No, no one is. Like I said, I include myself when I say never put anyone on a pedestal. Because you never know. I hope to be a good person, but you never know. So you shouldn't blindly do it, right? Isn't my point. It's fair not to be the value police when my moral compass might not be perfect either. What are you hiding? Hopefully nothing. It's one of those things, like, and I'm not kidding, but it's one of those things where I'm like, what if everything I ever said was recorded on social media or something? Would there be stuff that I forgot that I may have said or, you know, expressed out loud with my friends when we're playing games or whatever that I might, you know, that I might regret now looking at it with like decades of perspective and understanding and knowledge? And I don't know. I forgot most of those things, like, probably, right? But I'm sure when I was a younger kid, I probably said some stuff that I would very much regret if I looked back. Again, I don't have a precise example. I'm just saying it is very likely that this happened. Just because, I don't know, you say a lot of shit when you're a kid and you just yap with your friends, right? So when I say, like, don't put anyone on a pedestal, I don't put myself on a pedestal because I don't remember everything. Who the fuck knows the kind of stuff I might have said? You mean like a VOD or anything else, right? Like, I mean, I didn't grow up with social media or the internet most of my childhood and teenage years. I only started being really on the internet when I was 15. And above, right? So, and it was a different era. Like, the social media era of the internet, I was already in my 30s when it really blew up. So I had a bit, I was a little more stable as a person already. Thankfully. Who the fuck, like, if I had a Twitter account when I was 16, between 16 and 20, who the fuck knows the kind of stuff I would read on that? Like, legitimately, I don't know. And ultimately, I guess my point is, I am not presumptuous enough to think that I would have gone through that without saying anything stupid that I would have regretted eventually. I don't think I'm that good at a young age to avoid being an idiot, a stupid kid. So yeah, I don't know. Thank God for the lack of internet when I was younger, that I was allowed to, like Brennan said, I was allowed to make mistakes. What a privilege that is. And I was able to grow from it and not have to face consequences. And again, I don't have a precise example. I just want to make that clear. I'm not hiding anything or whatever, but I understand what it is to be a young teenager. I probably said some stupid shit. Well, see, Shadowcone, you're not learning the lesson there. I know you're joking around, but... Alright, what do we do here? Do we go straight for closet, or do we go for the pantry? Oh, I need to think about the pieces, the chess pieces. Does any of those have a chess piece? What does the closet have? I need to also, like, be smart. Like, not just put the rooms down like an idiot. But if I can start working on those chess pieces, that'd be great. The Pantry. Does the Pantry have... God, those notes are way too massive. I'm struggling to find information on them. Where's the fucking Pantry? There it is. But the Pantry doesn't have a chess piece as far as I can tell. The closet has... no chess pieces. Well, I don't know. So glad camera phones weren't a thing in my teenage years. Yeah, yeah. And I think this realization of like, and we a lot of us have that realization. I think we're like, oh man, we're so lucky that those things weren't around when we were younger, right? The older people around here, right? The people over 35 or so. I think this should also be a lesson for us to maybe be a little more understanding sometimes. And I'm not saying we should accept it. But we should understand that young people say stupid shit. And instead of, you know, wanting to ruin their lives forever, we should aim to hopefully educate them and, you know, allow them to be better. Which I know is not that simple sometimes, right? But I'm just saying. For me, if I see a young kid saying stupid shit on the internet, I'm going to be like, well, I hope you learn, right? If I see an older person that supposedly has had enough time to learn and be better, with a fully formed brain and all that, that's where, you know, I draw the line. I'm like, yeah, I mean, come on. You had opportunities to be better. And, like, educate yourself and all that, but... And that counts double when you start having power, which is a great example for the conversation we have. The more power you have, I feel like, you know, the better you should be, because you have a platform, you have things you can do with that power, right? And it feels like you're in a privileged position where most of your material concerns are forever solved, and you decide to be a hateful bitch. Like, come on. There's no excuse. You can't even pretend that it's like, oh man, life is so hard and you're trying to survive, and, you know, and it makes you a bitter, hateful person. No, you literally are one of the most privileged person in the world. Like, what are you fucking doing? No, sure. I mean, of course, Chipmunk. And again, I'm not. That's why I say we shouldn't accept it. But we need to also focus on, like, solving the problem at its source, which is the influence, right? The systemic influence of certain ideologies that are given way too much leeway these days, especially. More and more, unfortunately. It's the type of shit you see on social media today. It felt like, I don't know, it felt like we moved away from it at some point during the 2010s, right? We were better as a society. And now it completely went it full on whiplash the other way again. People feel way too comfortable saying awful stuff. Oh. Unfortunately, my modest little chat is not going to solve the problem today. It's nice to have a conversation, of course, but... yeah. So anyway, I appreciate everyone, you know, participating in the conversation in a nuanced and respectful way. That's nice. And again, if I ever say something that really doesn't make sense or that's stupid, feel free to call me out. Could be in chat, could be in DMs. I might not engage necessarily with it in chat because sometimes, you know, I want to keep the stream sort of entertainment. But I'm always happy to learn more. Yeah, Quasi. Package has been delivered. Oh my god, it's gonna be so hard not to pick this one. But it's such a terrible pick. It is a terrible position for it. I'm still going for it. Again, new rooms, new learning. I'm going for it. I want to see what the package is. This does not include stupid things he says about the game. Yes. Packing slip. The Sinker Company. Date packed 20th of November. Apartment 604 by Kate Thompson. Oh. Items included in this order: a sleeping mask, a magnifying glass, and 2 keys. What? This is a lot of stuff. Hold the phone. What the hell? This is a whole lot of also stuff we need. I'm very happy about this. Did I take a screenshot correctly there? There it is. The mail room. Where's the mail room? Did I even... Oh my god, dude. Those notes are out of control. I do not... Yeah, there it is. Ugh. Bad decision paying off? I mean, somewhat, I guess. Does scalpel support control F? Yes. Yeah, but that's the problem. Most of my... Yeah, it's... Okay, listen, let me show you. If I do control F here, like, let's say, closet... It's so far away, I can't see the highlighted thing. Oh, there it is. But I can't see the highlight anymore. It's too far. Now, if I zoom in... And I'm go, like, mail room... That works. Okay, so I need to zoom in, is the lesson here. Thank you, Dax. Alright, now we have the magnifying glass, which means... Hold on, there's stuff we can do. What a chaotic stream so far. Fits the absurdist conversation we had earlier about everything everywhere all at once. The stream's a little bit like that. It goes all over the place. Okay, so I need to check on... Go to the basement. Go to the basement. Day 15. No, I mean, it didn't really help. I knew I could do that. I expected it, but I was being a bitch. I just wanted to complain about Scapple. Alright, magnifying glass, sleeping mask, broken lever. We have a pretty decent run going if I can open rooms and, you know. I think we might be able to do something pretty cool with this one. I want to do this side first. Ooh. The drawing room here is pretty great. I do love an early drawing room. Alright, let's see what we can take in the corner. I don't think I go for the sale. I think the storeroom's decent. Yeah, let's get it out of the way. Not only for the rewards, but Also for the chess piece and the get a dead end out of the way. So okay, chess piece. Let's start working on that. Which ones do we need again? Oh my god, there's so many notes. Okay, so we need a pawn, knight, bishop, rook, queen, king. I'm gonna do it like that. Let me show you guys what I'm doing. I'm gonna do it like this. I'm gonna bring that all the way up. God, what a mess. I love the size of my normal notes is so tiny because of how big everything is. Alright. And now from there, okay, we have a pawn. We have a pawn on 1-5. I understand I'm not using like proper chess nomenclature, okay? I'm just putting that out there. I'm doing it in a way that I understand. Rank 1, tile 5. That's what it means to me. Okay, so we have a pawn. Nice. How are you, Edsta? Good to see you. Shit. That sucks. I think I'm gonna redraw. That did not help very much. I'm gonna go with the commissary there. I might want to try to find some items. Yeah, but I could still use it, right, if I wanted. It's the strange buy. I just prefer my own way, I guess. Metal detector, sledgehammer. Yep, I'm definitely getting the sledgehammer for sure. And I'm thinking of getting a salt shaker. God, I don't remember what the salt shaker does exactly. Is it every time you eat food you get extra steps? Do I value that over the metal detector? No, actually I'm gonna wait and hopefully get the metal detector. See what we can get in here. Oh my god, dude, we almost already... Dude, we were so close to getting locked out there. I think I made a mistake trying to open it from this side. I mean, thankfully we get the library that opens up. And we get less common ones, so we might get something really good out of this, but... Jeez, that was close. That would have been a shame. Okay. That would have been a shame. Alright, let's see. What do we have here? The History of Orindia. Oh, I have a... Oh, let's go. I forgot I had that. Come on, let me... Can I not? Huh? What? This is so upsetting. I understand there's nothing to see, but I want to point out that this is upsetting. The detective took it out twice. That's interesting. Okay, let's see. History of Orindia. Where's the library? There it is. I need more room for the library. Yeah, the library is gonna take too much space. I'm gonna have to move it. I'm gonna move it. Here. Where I have space to add books. The Murgle. How's it going? The History of Orindia, 2nd edition. This book was reviewed and cleared for publication by the Fen Aries Central Board of Education. It has been edited to conform to our department standards, including the omission of sections deemed inaccurate or unsuitable for public dissemination. It's interesting that they publicly state that instead of just rewriting it and not say anything about it, right? Feels like most publishers and, you know, wouldn't do this. They would just do it and never say a word. Oh my god. Oh, that is so funny. That is so funny. Holy shit. See, that's humor right there. That's fucking hilarious. Oh. Oh. Oh man. That is so funny. Holy shit. Yeah, no, beautiful. Absolutely, like, bait, hook, and sinker. Perfect. Forward. The name used to designate the realms of the Eastern Waters is no longer the average citizen, the elder generation. We must. Okay. The name used to designate the realms of the Eastern Waters is no longer known to the average citizen of the elder generation. It's actually like full sentences. We must permit our leaders to enjoin us to abandon our past. Oh, that is so good. Agera. Most historians mark the beginning of the first era, often denoted as Agera, by the ascension of the first king, whose name, Oris, who would later grace the burgeoning township in which it was crowned. Oris was known before his coronation as a prominent merchant, lord of considerable means and affluence, whose sway in the region made him the ideal candidate for the unification of the surrounding provinces. Regrettably, history is not always forthcoming, and the surviving records of those bygone days are mostly limited to trade agreements and sales receipts. Part of me wants to see if... Oh, okay. You never know, right? Nevertheless, we can deduce from these ledgers that Oris had but one aim: expansion. The territory spread forth from the heart of Oris, and by the end of the 1st century, a new kingdom was born. They didn't even bother to try to make this one, you know, seem like a correct sentence. Straight up butchered. The 2nd era. It was the 4th king who split this vast domain in 3 equal shares. 3 realms for his 3 children. This one's going to be important, I think, to figure out some of the sigils. To the eldest, I mean, we need the like the 1st edition, which we ordered, or we have to order in the bookstore. I think that's going to be majorly important. To the eldest, he granted the fields and the mountains of his grandfather, the middle province, and the heart spring of the kingdom. The eldest accepted the gift. To the youngest, he bestowed upon him the realm of Aries, the land of the northern storms, a wild and untamed expanse which at the time was not as developed, but a good deal more vast than the eldest brother's lot. To his middle child, the only daughter, he gifted her the southern region of Eraja, a land steeped in tradition. The Third Era. As the Second Era drew to a close, the Third Sovereign Realms had achieved a period of remarkable progress and prosperity. Each of these distinct regions, ruled by their respective sibling monarchs, had blossomed, cultivating the bountiful resources of their land and developing a unique character and culture that set them apart from one another. Okay, there were siblings in charge of a bunch of countries. There's no way this didn't end in a war. Just saying. I don't have siblings myself, but, you know. Despite those differences, the sibling monarchs managed to maintain a friendly relation throughout their lives. Bullshit. I don't believe that. And were known for their cooperations in matter of trade and transportation. The succeeding generations of their heirs continued that tradition, and the Third Era was defined by commerce between the three realms, further strengthening their bond and laying the foundation for the promise of a prosperous and bright future. The Fourth Era. We have notes! As the kingdom entered the Fourth Era, a different kind of ruler took the reins of power. King Desiletes III was a king who often was seen drinking, a sight that shocked not only the gentry and court, but the masses as well. Okay, that guy was probably great then, if they tried to make him appear as a bad person. Okay, hold on. Can I... God damn it! The king of no one overjoyed those who viewed unbecoming of the common folk. These voices planted the seed which took root in the grand city of Fen. Oh! I didn't realize you could do that. Okay, cool. Fun. Well designed, Honda Ross. I appreciate that. Desiletes was renowned as the king of no one when he made the decision to move leaving castle and court behind. The people were overjoyed by this choice and were those that viewed the king conduct to be unbecoming of his common folk. These voices planted the seed which took root in Grand City of Fen. Oh my god, there's so much. I'm going to read the letter now since it's here. Baron Sinclair, thank you so much. Until then, Detective Bun, Margle, Red Guard. Okay, I'm going to point out something. And again, I don't know if I'm just getting baited by just the way the game is made, or if there's something there. This is the same typewriter Sinclair used, with the broken A's. But it's signed by the detective. Has he used the same typewriter? Is it just a typeset they're using in the game and it's just like a technical thing and there's no like actual meaning behind it? But not every not every letter we found written by a typewriter had the broken A's. So that's what makes me suspicious a little bit. It's not just like, oh, that's the font they used, right? So I don't know. I need to not look at it too much and not overthink it, but keep it in mind just in case that, who knows, maybe it's a fabricated letter. Thank you so much for your cooperation with our department and this investigation. We know our presence is never convenient, especially for someone of your social status. So it means all the more that you are not only tolerant, but also willing to aid our efforts in getting this business done as quickly as possible. We are returning with this letter the book you lent us, though I must confess it was not as much help as I had hoped. I had heard that your library of rare and restricted books was quite extensive, and I was told by a reliable source that if a first edition, an uncensored copy of the History of Orindia could be found, it would likely be found within the Baron's own collection, but perhaps I was misinformed. Now, you just didn't find the bookshop, you stupid Bon Margot. Still, part of me thinks that you may have given me the censored copy as a jest, a taste, if you will, for the bureaucrat of their own medicine. If that is the case, then I say well done, fair play, and perhaps on my next visit, we'll have a laugh about this after you have given me the actual manuscript. Until then, Detective Bon Margot, Red Guard. What if it's the other way around? What if all the letters left to me by my uncle are not actually... I'm overthinking this. This is probably just the font they used and it has no meaning. But I can't stop seeing it. I cannot stop looking at it. I'm just gonna screenshot the letter now before the rest of the book. A bit of a separate thing. Let's see. I'm gonna go to my theories. Oh yeah, we fit. Something about the typewriter used for some of the letters. Broken A character. Just a font used by the dev, or an actual hint to something more. Usually present in letters written by Albert, but noticed letter written by Detective Von Margel in the History of Orindia book library. Could be nothing, but let's just keep it in mind. All right. Let's keep reading. The era of ruin. After the passing of King Desilets III, the fourth era came to an abrupt end. Thankfully, the king died. That's funny. Thankfully, the king died. Full stop. On the very next day, the 6th of October, the Prince Learson of Fen declared himself a true monarch. This declaration was bolstered by a number of supporters. I assume the word censored here is like a limited or a small amount of supporters, you know, due to the fact that Desilets IV shared little of his virtues. As the prospect of civil war seemed inevitable, the realm's regiments were hastily recalled from the frontiers to stamp out and put an end to the Fensurrection. Whoever came up with that word, come on. However, instead of restoring order, what ensued was a savage, merciless campaign against their own people. The gardens of Fen, once a center of splendor, were transformed into a battlefield as the cries of the innocent echoed the city street, stained in red. Pacification of Fen. Okay, I have to inspect that closer. Morning Bay. Huh? Doesn't seem like there's anything there. The Flamingo, how are you doing today? The brutality of the pacification of Fen did not go unnoticed by neighbors. As sympathy for the sea surged, allies came forward to lend support. Among them was the general of the Northern Regiment, who, sickened by the barbaric actions of the other battalions, joined forces with Prince Learson to form a formidable army. Together, they leveraged their political influence and favors to persuade the nearby realms of Arch, Arc, Ares, and Nuance to join their cause. A nice name for a realm, Nuance. I like it. However, even with the tides turning in their favor, victory did not come easy. The War of the Fifth Era lasted 22 long years, and so buried one in every 3 men. Prince Learson himself added another number to the casualties. However, even in death he had won. Oris had fallen, and with it the realm. The black flags that had flown for 5 eras were burned, and in their place red banners were hoisted in honor of the fallen of Fen. The few remaining members of the former royal family fled in fear of their lives to the south, forever exiled. I love this part of the game. All the like backstory and like this sort of, you know, greater narrative and everything. So good. Love it. It's a little drafting game, yeah. And number 6, the current era. Today, the realms inherited by the 3 Fenaries, Arc-Aries, and Eraja once again stand united as allies. Though the distance between our people has grown, our connection to this land remains as strong as ever. The spruce and birch that span across our realm serve as a constant reminder that we all share a common past. For this is, despite everything else, a land rich in history, a land of myth and wonder, a land that sprung forth the greatest empire the world has ever seen, the land of our fathers, of our mothers, and of our children. Cozy on this chilly, rainy day? Hell yeah, love that. I was so cozy yesterday after my stream. Ate some food and then I was chilling in my giant Udi, my wearable blanket, with the window wide open, cold air coming in from the outside. Just chilled there watching the computer. Wonderful. Loved it. All right, take screenshots. How are we gonna do this? If there's one thing I could change about Scapple, it would be, I wish the screenshots you import wouldn't be centered based on like the entire board, because that's what it does. It centers the entire board. I wish it's centered based on the portion of the screen you're looking at. That would be so much more. Oh, geez. What did I do? Ah! Oh, God. What have I done? Close. Sorry, it got messy. Stuff opened that shouldn't. Hold on, I need to do something. I need to disconnect my mouse from the cable because I was charging it, put the dongle back in, and now I can probably use my mouse like a normal person instead of having limited range of movement. Beautiful, so much better. Things we do to inflict ourselves. Sorry, I know this is not the most fascinating part of the, you know. Oh, wait. I think for this I need to actually do separate pages. because of the letter. I'm gonna do this one first. It is though. I like not the documents, but the actual like screenshotting. You cannot tell me that the actual screenshotting is entertaining. I refuse to accept that. Oh god, where's my mouse? There it is. Notes management? You guys are crazy. That's the kind of people that watch me. I should be concerned. We're nerds. I guess so. Many spreadsheet enjoyers in chat. You. Oh, I love a good spreadsheet. Love a good spreadsheet. And this. Yeah, you know what? Might as well take a screenshot even though it's censored thing. Okay, good. I could transform this into like 3x3, I guess. Or no, actually, hold on. I will here move that there. Technically, I should be making them smaller. I think I will. I used to be a teacher, yeah. What did I think when my students took good notes? It was rare. I was a teacher in primary school. They were too young to take good notes. Most of them. Actually, you know what? I think this one I'm gonna keep full size just for the sake of like we're definitely gonna have to compare with the unedited version. Also, I'm tired of resizing everything. I think the resizing is actually hurting the performance in Scapple. I think not resizing it is better. What's up, Credo? How are you doing today? The first thing I learned about you was that you liked organizing the guild chest in that one PvP MMO Cody played. I knew what I was getting into. Oh my god, I forgot about that. What was Crowfall? That was the name of the game. I was watching Cody play Crowfall, and I was like, hey, this game looks fun. I would love to, you know. I remember saying something in chat like, oh, I would spend my entire day just organizing the stock and the chests, because it's so satisfying to me. And Cody was like, I will literally buy you the game if you do that. I was like, okay. And so he bought me the game. And while he was streaming, I was just organizing the chests and like I was doing inventory and I was giving the resources to people that needed it. I was like how do you call that? Like the person who takes, care of the resources and the stock, like the commissary or I don't know. There's a name for that, right? Quartermaster. I don't know. I was responsible for all that shit. Yeah. Thank you, Teogrim. And then when you would end the stream, obviously a lot of people would stop playing because, you play when the streamer's online. And so I would just go do some PvPs with a bunch of other people. That was fun. It's a Primus. How are you doing today? I quit office work and switched to a more physical work in my 40s to never see a spreadsheet ever again. Fair, honestly. I think about that sometimes. What if I did some more physical work? Be nice. I mean, what I would love, like ideally, my ideal future scenario would be living in a house that has like a domain and some stuff to take care of. So you can, I can do my work inside, and then I can do like some stuff outside, maybe take care of a couple of animals or something. Like that kind of like sort of life. I think I'd be good for that. I grew up on a farm, so, I miss not taking care of animals. I wish I had a domain. Yeah, I mean, you know what I mean, right? Oh, fuck. Okay, that blows. There is 2 outs that I see here. We take the weight room, we lose the steps, and we deal with it later, right? Or we draw the attic. And we hope that in the attic is a key card. And if there's a key card in the attic, then we can come up from the foundations and continue from there. That seems a little greedy. If I put the weight room down, we open a lot of space, so I'm gonna lose steps, sure, but if I can get like the bedrooms going, I haven't drawn a single bedroom yet. If I can get the bedrooms going, I think we'll be fine. It's not that bad. I'll be like on what, 24 steps? I mean, it's not great, don't get me wrong, but it's not that bad. We've come back from worse. Oh, I don't have enough gems for the attic. Never mind. It is what it is. Oh my god, this game hates me. Holy fuck, what are you doing, game? I mean, it's not terrible. We get a bunch of steps back, but give me a nursery first or something. Oh, shit. Hold on. While drafting in the classroom, you may draw new floor plans one time for each drafting room in your house. Ooh, that's cool. Okay. I don't hate security. I don't hate the spare room. Especially we've never had the spare room as it is. I think I'm gonna go spare room. Oh, also, hold on. There was a chess piece there. Okay, no, it's just the I need other chess pieces. Man, I didn't look attentively enough at the chess pieces. That's annoying. Alright, it's cool. It's cool. The spare room. Okay. Okay. That's pretty good. Courtyard or the den. Do I have a shovel? I don't. I think the den's a better pick here. Or sake of progressing. That is so annoying. Holy fuck. Not a single room leading to... Oh my god. We're literally... Look at how contained we are. It's as if we only have 4 rows to play with today. Oh, wait. Never mind. Scratch that. I thought I had one more row on the right. Never mind, never mind, never mind, never mind. Scratch this. This is perfect. Everything is good. We're fine. It's the left side that I'm feeling claustrophobic. It's on me. My fault. What do I do here? What is the reading Nook's? The Nook has the rook, so I need to put it down. Yeah. The Nook is the rook, so we put this down. I want to put a classroom down eventually to because it's a new room, but I can wait. It can wait a little bit with the reading Nook. Yeah, now we have a rook down. I couldn't have broken that thing faster. And now we have enough for the... Oh, yeah. I need to go back to the commissary at some point. I'm questioning if it's worth going back now, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then I can go up. Bit of an investment in steps, but... it would help to have the detector for more items, right? Coins. Blink twice for us if you need help. That's never gonna happen. IRL, I do need help. Yes, if anyone has like a, I don't know, $5,000 or something laying around, that would go a long way. Donation link in the panel. Oh, wait, the magnifying glass and the metal detector is the candle burning thing, but we don't have the tomb. Is there anything else I wanted to do with the metal detector? No, I was in the tomb. Anyway, the rook is 2, 5. 9. Rook on 2. Would love to help you. Unfortunately, I have the exact same problem. Yes. I can imagine. Everyone's struggling these days. I get it. Alright, what do we do now? Do I spend the steps to go back, or do I just open the... I don't think the metal detector... I don't think I value that metal detector too much right now. When we go back to the weight room, then I can do it. That's the... I can't pass on it. There's no way. Even though I need... It's gonna make me have to think about coming back here and being able to check back in. It always becomes an issue to be able to check it back. But... because it's a bit out of the way is the problem, right? Like the parlor or the billiard room would be so much better, position-wise. But no, there's too much value in that item. It's just too good. I cannot pass on the bracelet. My favorite item in the game. Now, if we can get a study now, we're in business, like hard. Alright, so I'm gonna spend some steps to go back and buy the metal detector. Alright, let's see. What can we find? Hmm. What's up, Sal? How are you doing today? So I'm gonna go boiler room for one reason. And that reason is... this is the first time that I'm actually noticing that there's a connection. Which I'm sure in this case won't do much because it leads to nothing. But I want to see if connecting the boiler room with this does something to the boiler room itself. The gymnasium weight room itself. It started snowing? Oh. Okay. I don't know if it's snowing here. I don't think so. I haven't seen anything. I hear the rain outside. I just don't know if it's like snowy rain or whatever. I don't... What the fuck? Hey! I finally understand how this works. Also, I just noticed this door's closed. So, whoops. The music. The music sounds like something out of Mass Effect. Finally, I mean, to be fair, I never really tried to make it work outside of getting outside, right? And the red thing. I never actually tried to get the main thing going. This is the first time where I have, like, I know I have a room next to it that takes it in, so I just wanted to experiment, but... God, the music is so good. Yeah, the galaxy map screen, exactly. don't think this does anything. How do I open this though? Like that? Yeah. Oh, once it's going, it's going. Okay. Oh, or maybe this one didn't matter. It was just the one down there. Alright, let's see. What's up, Mopo? It's a weird run, but we're finding new things, so I'm excited. God, I like the archives, but I think security is fine here because we have access to the right side anyway. And hopefully, okay, the nuts here would be to find the breaker room. None of those are really good. The Darkroom's not too bad, I don't think, especially if you can find the breaker room later. Yeah, I think I'll take it. And I'm gonna activate it. Now the question, and I have an option there. Oh. This one has a conduit. So I can blindly draw this one, but I don't think I will. I think I'll wait until I can actually see. And hopefully put a room there that benefits from the electricity, right? That looks so cool, by the way. Very cyberpunk. Love it. How are you, Ingredients? Oh, wait. Hold on. Security also has... Yeah. Hell yeah. Keycard system, keycard settings, security level low, and offline mode not. Yeah, we need to find a keycard or a breaker room ASAP. This is gonna get very sketchy otherwise. Especially this one is our access to the foundation. So we really need to get there. I really wish I had a... I really wish I had a nursery right now, let me tell you. But I mean, I have the mask, so the bedroom, I would benefit from it quite a bit still. So the bedroom's a good pick here. The archive is not bad, I don't think. I don't hate the downside of the archive too much. The kitchen... I don't know about the kitchen right there. I think I'm gonna go bedroom. Even though, I mean, the archives, I think the archives have a conduit for electricity, so we could keep the thing going there. We could keep the electricity going, even though I'm not really sure what I'm trying to do with it, but... But that's not the goal of today. I need to keep that in mind. That is not the goal of today. And not being able to see all 3 floor plans could hurt a little bit. This is guaranteed steps. Yeah, I'm going bedroom. Also, does this? Yeah, this one has a night. Okay, so night is 5-3. I'm never gonna have the steps to go back out and do the whole thing. Unless I go through the foundation, maybe? I don't know. Oh man, this is a mess. This run is so close to being really good, but it feels like we're just skirting the line. We're riding the line right now. We're so close to being in trouble. Oh! Never mind. Everything is great. Everything is awesome. Which I'm totally going there, by the way, because it's a bedroom anyway, so I gain the steps back, and now I'm switching to high security. What's up, Fair Mage? Day 14 was this. It was not a short one. Day 14 was yesterday. It was the big yesterday run. It was not a short one. A lot of it happened off the property, like in the basement. We found, like, we opened the first sigil door, right? Like the one with the near the sanctum. No, day 14 was incredible. And today so far has been in the house a bit sketchy, but we found like the side path that has like the chessboard and everything. So we're like we opened like the 4th flame. If that makes any sense, but no. Today's been interesting. Oh my god. I mean, obviously I'm taking the passageway there. Oh fuck, hold on. Oh man, no, I can't. I need to have access to the wait, no, hold on. Okay, hold on. I'm thinking lab because I'm like I just noticed. Wait. I think it tells you if the rooms have like an electricity thing. The corridor doesn't, but those two have. That's why they're like lit up in like glowy thing. Yeah, I think that's what it is. But I think the laboratory has the thing in the corner. Is it like, does it need extra power? Is that what it needs? I think that's it. This is such a good opportunity, but the problem is I don't know how to get to the foundations after that. Unless I go outside and I take the elevator through the basement, which I could. but it's just a lot of steps to invest. Okay, I'm at 31. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Go outside. 7. Go down. 8, 9, 10. Yeah, it's at least like 15 steps to come back through the foundation. So the passageway is a lot safer. I mean, we could still get the lab later, right? We keep the electricity going, and the lab could be more valuable in a future position. So yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do that. I want some sort of safety. I want to feel a little safer. And guaranteed access to the foundation. What do I need? I need a workshop because I want to get a an improved sledgehammer before I go down to the basement. Coincidentally, I would love to find the greenhouse as well on the right side. I do not have a shovel yet. It's a little annoying. Let's see what we get here. Okay. The annoying part is that it locks me from the left side, but we still have access through the Darkroom and potentially through the passageway up there. It would be a nice way to complete what I said I wanted to do earlier, right? The lab. It's not too bad here, I don't think. It's not great, but it's not too bad. And the experiment could be very beneficial, depending. So I think I'm going with the lab here. I wish I would have found like a fruit or something. Yes! Okay, now what? Oh my god, okay. Now we need to figure this one out. Oh, that's gonna be fun. Let's see what we can do in terms of experiment first, I guess. For each bedroom, you draft after your second. Gain 1 key, gem, or die, I think. I don't... This has to be more valuable than I think it is. I mean, I get that the aquarium synergizes with everything, which in my case right now could be nice because I have the mask, right? But it also... It's going to be very overwhelming. Because if each bedroom you draft gives you 3 extra aquarium, each time you draft an aquarium, you get even more aquariums. At the end of the day, I'm just gonna draft aquariums over and over again. I don't think that's a very safe way to approach the drafting. It's gonna dilute my good cards a lot, my good rooms. I think I'm gonna go with that. There's probably some hidden value there that I'm not seeing with the aquariums, but yeah. I love that the Mass Effect style music is still going right now. Great track. Cooler is unaffected. Push. I remember we looked at that, but I don't think if we push 3. Push 3 up and the then push 3 up. Ah, fuck, did we? I don't remember if last time I took a note of that. Because I know it was a long time ago, but we figured it out, I think, somehow. I remember figuring out what it says. No, I didn't take a note of it. Oh, yeah, push 3 after 9. Push 3 after 9. Great! Push 3 after 9. I mean, if that's all there is... Oh, it's that simple. Oh boy. Oh! Oh my god, what is that? The Blackbridge Grotto. Each day you may access one offline terminal from the network. Each day you may access one offline terminal from the network. That is so good. That's actually really good. And also, I'm starting to think that this is where we'll find the admin terminal that we have a password for. God, this is such a good game. Holy fuck. Yeah, I figured out the periodic table. We had already looked at it, but I didn't have the power. This is the first time I actually mess with the power. And it's fun. I enjoy it. Okay, what now? I still need the workshop before I go down, preferably. I would love the nursery and a bunch of bedrooms as well. This is a bunch of gems, right? I don't know if I need that. No, I'm gonna go with this. What I think I'm trying to find here is also the dining room. I think I'm putting a classroom down here. There's an apple, nice. Okay, let's see this now. Ooh. Into what? Into what? Into orange? Into purple? get the east hallway, maybe. Secret passage into orange, east hallway. Yeah, I think that makes sense. I'll try to do that. West hallway, sorry. Oh my god. Classroom puzzle. Can you find the difference? Oh god, what is going on? Oh shit, hold on. Oh my god. Am I gonna have to identify the difference between those few documents? An exact copy of the floor plan used in the architectural design of Reddington Elementary. These copies were deployed in Mount Holly as a short-term solution to allow the curriculum to continue uninterrupted while the new school was being built in town. Come on, Benny, you can do better than that. What the hell is this coloring? Ready? Are you? I like the red flag, right? Probably representing the royalists. Government. Interesting that the 8 is on the side there. Infinity symbol. The alphabet's correct. I wonder if this is something specific or if this is just like another hint for those, you know, finding the letter that... Or if it's actually like a puzzle of some kind. I think there maybe is something interesting about it. Tells us the colors. It tells us maybe the colors of the realms, which could be interesting for solving the sigils, right? I think I'm gonna take a screenshot of all of those. It's crazy to me that after all this time, we're still like constantly finding new rooms and new, you know, like... just never ends. I think by cross-referencing those tests, we should be able to determine which are the correct... You must really like red, Caleb. Oh, Caleb. Come on, Caleb. I think by using like cross-referencing, we can determine which colors are correct for like the realms, and I think that's the important part of this. That each color is only used twice, right? Like the banana is yellow. You know, that I think that's gonna help us figure out which color is correct for the realms. The fire hydrant and the cart are red. So this means none of the flags are supposed to be red. For instance, right? That's the start of the process there. I'm not gonna go too far into deep right now on this particular thing. I think this is gonna be something that's gonna be relevant later when we try investigating the realms a little bit more. And we have to figure out like maybe the correct color for one of the puzzles. So let's put a pin in that one for now. Okay, I would love to find a dining room, please. A lot of keys that I'm spending. The locker room, the sauna, and the pump room. Do I want the pump room? Maybe? Oh, I'm gonna redraw. Actually, maybe the classroom's not bad there. Oh, I'm gonna redraw. I have 5 free redraws. Oh! Oh my god. I don't think I can afford it. We're running out of space. Yeah, unfortunately, I didn't think I could have. Wait! The office is the king, right? Yes. I have to use the office there. I have to. The West Wing, we can still go to the West Wing. We have the secret passage in the Darkroom. Okay, so the king... No. Uh, 8-4. Where do we find the queen again? It's in the study. Huh. It's in the study. Okay, so we need the study, and then what else? The bishops or the chapel, or... another one, I think. We need the study or the rumpus room. The chapel, the study, the chapel, and the rumpus room. And or. What we need. High security my ass, by the way. Holy fuck, we're not getting anything. Did I mess up? I did. Yeah, I'm gonna spread gold. I don't care too much about that. I'm just Boom, boom. Yeah, security level high. I wanted to double check if I did something wrong, but no. Okay, if this is a key. Okay, thank God. Oh boy. Can I pass on the drafting studio here? I don't think so. Drafting studio equals new room. Classroom's pretty good here, though. Yeah, I have to go classroom, actually. Hopefully we find an apple. Yes! Oh my God. Extra steps. Grade 2. Wait, this is a different one? What? Oh my God, okay, this actually kind of blows my mind. Okay, so this is like the same logic as the mathematical signs are associated to colors, which I think is very interesting. Same logic as the darts, right? Okay, well, I mean, let's take a few screenshots and maybe that leads to something eventually. Oh. I did not expect the different grades, though. I will admit that's a bit of a twist. Grade 1. Actually, hold on. I need a bigger title. Grad 1. Wink. Nope. Not what I wanted. Grade 2. So the names of the people could be important data? Maybe? Question mark? Hello? Oh God, what is it doing? Okay. Rob. Oh no. Rob did not understand. You know, Rob might be colorblind. Did the teacher think about that? Maybe Rob is colorblind. Because that would suck for a colorblind person. My first thought as a teacher, if I see that, is like, is that kid colorblind? Like, instantly. Alright. Good. Now, hopefully we find a good room there. I'm running out of keys. I think using a key on a door that we can re-roll like 5 or 6 times is great. Yeah. Yeah, the dining room's actually nuts here. The billiard room would be great because of the keys, right? But the dining room gives us so many steps to work with. I think it's hard not to take it. Pizza! Oh my god. I'd use some pizza right now. The furnace? Fuck that. I'm having dinner right now. I'm not drafting a furnace. Okay, we're rolling. We're rolling. We have more steps again. And that door's not closed. Fuck yeah. The veranda. Greater chance of finding items in green rooms. Or the boudoir, which gives us 2 rerolls and it's a bedroom. I think having a lot of rerolls is going to be important. Don't value extra space too much here. I mean, at this point, even if the run sort of like ends, it would be a shame because I'm trying to get the chess pieces, right? So it would be a shame if we can't get them. But I think it's okay. We still have to go to the basement. We have a bunch of stuff to do in the basement. At least one more thing. We learned a lot of things, you know. It was a good run. I would love to find a workshop. And essentially get... Hey, what's up, Sophois? Potentially get... the sledgehammer. That'd be great, but... The music room better here? You know what? I think so. Prism key. Oh, that's pretty good. What is it beeping for? Oh. The lack of workshop is annoying. The workshop's a blue one, so I'm gonna use the prism key. What? Oh, fuck off. I guess the foundation doesn't count. Oh no. Ooh. I'm gonna redraw. I'm running out of space. I'll take the billiard just for extra keys. I want to be able to explore the other side. We have one more side to go through. Matey, Sorrow, good to see you all. How's everyone doing today? In 5, 16. Oh. 1. Oh, no, come on. That is so cruel. I mean, it's not like we needed the secret garden this run, but getting the secret garden key here instead of a bunch of keys when we can't get the secret garden. Come on, game. You can't be serious. Alright, let's go to the secret passage. And I think I'm gonna go orange into orange, just to open up the space a bit more. Oh, there it is. Orange into orange, I think. I fucking hate the situation we're in right now. Never mind! I did not know you could put the secret garden on both sides. I, for some reason, thought it was only right side. Oh god, we got a shovel. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Hold on. We're in business. For some reason, I thought you were confused the opposite way. That's so funny, Colette. Yeah, for some reason, I thought it was only the right side. Oh my god, this... I don't know why I believed that. Oh, but now I... Oh, come on. Now I close the fucking wing. I mean, it doesn't matter. I'm not trying to get to the end of it, but... It would have been nice to get more allowance if we get the quest room. This changes everything. Now that I understand that the secret garden can be on the other side. Not that we really need to get to the antechamber, at least so far, but I mean, again, like the allowance increase is valuable. I'm gonna keep working for that every time I can. And I'm sure there'll be plenty of opportunities later that will require us to go back to the room 46. I doubt this is the end of it. Oh, wait, hold on. There's a non-zero chance we might still get there. I forgot about that. Just for the sake of it, I'm just gonna check back on the moon. See if anything changed. Love the music. This looks like it could fit something. My Resident Evil 1, Resident Evil 2, Resident Evil 1 sort of brain tells me that this looks like it could fit like a medallion or something. Like a moon medallion. Wait, didn't we find a moon necklace at some point? I don't remember what it looked like. But we found a moon necklace that allowed us to like keep items. I feel like it could fit in there potentially. That's something I need to... Okay, hold on. Checklist. Oh god, that's not what I wanted to do. Secret garden. Essentially a medallion to be fit inside the moon thing? Maybe the moon pendant we once found? Was it round? Yeah, for sure, Storeroom. Yeah. I mean, not so much necessarily like worldviews, because I feel like those get challenged a lot on a daily basis with everything that's happening, but at least if you keep your eyes open, right? But in a case of when there's a lot of unknown, right? And you first see something that works once in a certain way, and then if you're not challenged on that specifically, you're gonna think that's how it works, right? That's the rule. Which, you know, kind of the same thing as you said, but I feel like the worldviews, at least, well, I mean, I guess it depends what you're doing, right? Because that's what a lot of people do. They get a worldview formed and then they never confront it, right? Yeah, echo chambers, exactly. They never get anything challenging that. So yeah, I guess you're right. You are totally right. It's interesting. Oh man, I am so tempted to get another classroom down because I want to see grade 3, but the West Wing hole's too good here. It just opens more downward. Also, I need to go back to the foundation because there's stuff to dig. I have a shovel now. I cannot believe I can't find a workshop. Oh, okay, chapel. Hold on, we wanted that. Trophy room. Oh my god, it's so many gems, but I don't have a study anyway, so I can't use it. Chapel's better. And also it connects back, so we're gonna save a bunch of... Yeah, I don't mind. I'm spending the coin to go through the chapel because of everything. And also it gives us a bishop. We almost have every fucking room we need, guys. We just need the study at this point. And I have a feeling we're not gonna get it. Which room are we? Rank 5-1, 5-1. For all I know, this is not at all how that... Wait, what the fuck? Sorry about that. That was not supposed to be pasted on OBS. For all I know, this is not at all how the puzzle works. It's just I'm working purely on assumption. Cannot be serious. Not like this. Okay, hold on. I think I'm screwed because I need the... I think I need the battery. I think I need the battery to... get the improved sledgehammer. I don't think I can afford it. I think I have to redraw. Take the classroom. Knowledge. You know. I love how you can see like the things get a little more complicated, right? Started with coloring and then math and now it's science. Science is fun! Very cool. Yeah, no, absolutely, Soro. That's true. That's true too, Macaron, yeah. And it's very easy to do that on the internet too. Much more than ever before. Like beforehand, it was more likely that you never find anything to confront your beliefs and you just accept them. These days you can validate them, which is even worse, right? Because you're just gonna look for information on the internet and you're gonna find something that agrees with you. No matter how wild your opinion is, you will find, you know, substantiation on the internet. I don't know if that's even a word, but I'm Use elements below to form the answers to each question. H2O in liquid state is called water. H2O solid state is called ice. H2O in gaseous state is called gas. Wait, what's wrong about any of this? Oh, I guess C would be vapor? But then, hold on. Water. Ice. Wait. Water. Ice. SWAM. Wait, no. SW. Oh, maybe you can reuse some of the words, right? I used to be a primary school teacher, yes. This exercise makes no sense. We would never do that. Because H2 in gaseous state is called vapor. I mean, that's what I would call it at least. But steam! STEAM, yeah. That was a French versus English issue. When I said vapor out loud, I was like, oh, it's you actually more likely to call it steam in English, not vapor, even though vapor is a word. Alright, take some screenshots. Quinn is sassy. I love Quinn. I want to meet Quinn. Wherever they are right now, I want to meet them. The overlay's still on. I know, I'm taking screenshots. That's intentional. A tear. Oh, Jacob. You silly boy. There you go. This is so funny. H2 in a gaseous state is called Mrs. Peterson. Got him! Alright, what now? I think we go back up, right? I need to dig in the foundations, but I'm gonna have to go back there anyway. I think we just go straight up and try to open the secret garden. What's next? How's the writing in the game so good? That's what happens when talented people make video games. Passionate people. Qualified people. All of this. Ooh, okay, hold on. Do I want a prism key here? Go from green to green. Why not? I was gonna say, the courtyard here would be pretty nuts. And I stand by that. Just dig spots? Yes! Yeah, I mean, it's not like we're gonna have too many opportunities to open doors, but at least we're not gonna run out of keys. Now it's guaranteed. Alright. Workshop would be awesome. Study would be the nuts. Workshop would be awesome. Study would be the nuts. Do I have any interest in the utility closet at this point? Yes, for one reason, the Darkroom. Meaning, if the Darkroom has a battery, which is it often does, I can only get it if I actually turn on the light. Is it worth playing for? Or do I just take the solarium because it's a new room and... I mean, it's too late. The solarium's too late, I think. It would be great early in the run. I think I go Breaker Bucks. And I bank on maybe finding the battery. We're gonna get... We're short on... We're slightly short on steps. Okay. Fuck. Fuck. There's no chance for me to get both the study and the workshop unless I literally try to reroll for it, which is very risky. So do I get the classroom? And then I just reroll. Grade 4, it continues. Holy moly. Oh my god, this is the first time we get an actual map with names on it. Holy fuck. Planets? The world building in this game is way too extensive and way too good for just this game. I mean, no, that's actually dismissive of how amazing this game is, but it feels like you want more stories in this game, more than this. Like you know, there's so much more that you can do with this world than what I'm assuming we'll see in this one. Okay, yeah, this is nuts. Actually nuts. God, this is so cool. Ugh. Oh. Interesting. Identify each realm on the map below. They're using the symbols. Okay. Oh yeah, me too, Colette. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the Smashing Pumpkins album Machina. Machina. I don't know how the correct pronunciation is. I always said Machina, but like the booklet and the artwork inside the looked a lot like this art style a little bit. Almost like alchemical type stuff, you know. This is a lot of information we're getting out of these. I'm not sure how to put everything together. Dude, how is this game? How does this game have so much stuff? I don't understand. It never stops. It just keeps. I hope this isn't a political statement. That's so funny. I like Kathleen. She's cool. I hope this was a political statement. I hope Kathleen's just a bright mind. So funny. But yeah, no, I mean, this game, it's just, it keeps on going. Like, it feels like every day, there hasn't been a day yet when we didn't find new things. Like, proper new things. There hasn't been a day where we've just, like, threaded over known ground and there was, like, zero discovery. Not once. For a game like this that iterates on itself, right? Like with the roguelike mechanic and all that, that's insanely impressive. That there's always new things. Eight years is a long time. Yeah, well, someone said yesterday, I don't know if that was you, but you go from... How did it take 8 years to develop just a simple, you know, puzzle game like this? To how the fuck did they develop that in only 8 years? Like, you really do the... Like, I feel the transition. Oh my god, I can zoom on it and use the... Oh my god, hold on. I'm freaking out. This is so much better than I thought. I'm taking another screenshot of this one now that I have like the proper view of it. There it is. That's a bright boot. What a great run to have a magnifying glass, even if it doesn't do anything. The music is so good. I don't want to go anywhere else. I just want to stay in this room and just look at all the art and the amazing detail that's in there. Man, we're so close to getting the chess pieces we needed. I really need to find a study. We have 2 rerolls, so 9 rooms to draft. We have to draw 9 rooms to draw to hopefully find a study. I mean, there can't be that many rooms left in my fucking pool right now. Come on, the chances have. Oh, whoa. Okay, hold on. What is this? Like the symbolism there is interesting. Also, this is really interesting. Arrows, darkening. And then... those look a little bit like the arches outside of the house, right? The ones we explored earlier. I think I'm gonna take a screenshot of that. Like, slightly magnified. Just in compliment. Ulrika Moraven, Morajai. The Great Tress. Was there an... Hold on. Okay. Conspiracy theory time. There's an eye in the middle here. Remember when I said the keyboards were missing eyes in the office and all that? On the computers? Connection! Probably not, but... you know. I could go for a tres with butter right now. Dude, I haven't had tres in so long. I'm having a raclette on Sunday though. I'm excited for that. Yeah, a nice little piece of tres with some butter. Salted butter maybe? Or even butter and Nutella? Or just butter and like strawberry jam or something? I miss my grandmother's jams. I wonder if there's still one somewhere. Like maybe at my mom's apartment. Maybe there's a... maybe my mom still has an old jar of my grandmother's jam. Because she made some jam like... not even a year before she passed. Still made some jam. Who knows? Maybe there's one more jar. I mean, jam lasts a long time, right? Sure, it's still good. You can scrape the top if it's a little molded. Yeah. What's a tres? It's a type of bread. Not in the case of this. In this case, it's like I think it's a... my understanding is that it's a term that means something about a water. You know, like a water thing. But yeah, tres in French is a type of bread. Like a braided bread, yeah. Yeah. Delicious. This is also very interesting. 8 degrees. 58 degrees, 90. Those, I refuse to believe those things don't mean anything. The problem is, I'm not sure how to capture all that. I'm gonna go like this. And then... I'm gonna take an extra couple screenshots just for this. Just in case. I mean, it might very well not... Oh. That was a bit abrupt. A very rare weak moment for the game there. A rare little misstep. The music just stopping out of nowhere. I guess the game doesn't expect people to stay in one place for so long and eventually the loop just ends. Okay. Screenshot work complete. On this one at least. Oh my god! Another one! Oh my lord. How's everybody doing today? How are we, chat? I wish the music would still be there. Complement what we're doing right now. Yeah, I mean, the tresse is a Swiss thing. Specifically, I know there's variants of it in other countries, but like, it is. The way it's made in Switzerland is slightly different. Like, there's a... I think there's like a Jewish version of it, like challah, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure how you pronounce it, I'm sorry. Which is very similar, but it's slightly... The recipe is slightly different. You know... Not exactly the same thing. Pronounced it right? Thank you. The devoted moon, the rogue moon. Oh boy, okay. I refuse to believe this is a coincidence. That has to be a symbolism. Especially with the moon being such a prominent symbol. The devoted moon and the rogue moon? Makes me think, you know, if was our mother the rogue moon? A bit of a rogue, right? She didn't want to follow. She was a bit of a rebel, it seems, from what little we've learned. What's up, Aloshe? How are you doing today? Spell Hala, yeah. Oh my god, all those details! The Seeker of Signs. Astrologers. Epitherma. This is a crazy complex. Where's Waldo? Yeah. Because you don't know what you're looking for. That's the hard part. Yeah, more moon symbols. Some of those angels we've seen before. The Isle of Orsay. The Three of Tides. Oh my god, this aesthetic is so fucking cool. The Devoted Circle. Yeah, I think my primary screenshot is probably big enough that, like, high resolution enough that I can zoom on it. Which, you know, yeah, I can make out what it, you know, roughly says. So like I don't need to go too crazy. I can see most of what I need by just zooming in, but I'm still gonna, yeah, some of them I'm just gonna make sure I get a better, higher resolution view. A great one. Those notes are starting to be an art project of their own. I love how it's expanding, and the further I go from the start, the less I took the time to, like, reduce the size of the screenshots, which I did at the beginning so that it wouldn't take too much space. No, the further away we go, the bigger everything is. Because I'm not like shrinking everything anymore. I'm just accepting the sheer size of the whole thing. But yeah, at the beginning I was like shrinking everything and all that. So it's nice to see how much bigger it gets. God, we're so close. I need a queen. That could be understood in a lot of different meanings. Queen. Visual storytelling, yeah, of my own journey, you know. God, that's so interesting. Clearly two cultures meeting and like exchanging bread and offerings. From two different realms, I would assume. Like you can see like these people and these people seem to be from very different cultures, right? I think they're exchanging gifts. Bread and books, maybe? Knowledge and food. This looks like to be like a Christian or religious at least type of civilization. These people seem much more in harmony with nature, just based on like, you know, visual storytelling there. And then the royal family and the servants seem to be a mix of both of those, right? You can see some with the feathers and some of the normal, you know, more dressed people. I have a feeling that there's everyone's sort of like uniting under the banner of a king. I think that's kind of what's happening here. So fascinating. Incredible. And grade 4. They're learning some really interesting shit in grade 4. Wait! I just thought of something. If it works that way, hold on. Oh my god, we're running out of steps. No, come on. Come on, you have... Okay, I have 8 redraws. Never mind, we're good. Oh, fuck! Okay, here's my thought and why I'm a little upset. I opened this door of the antechamber and this one. I opened both sides. My understanding is that I could go through the antechamber and keep drawing this. Right? The study doesn't allow me to do that. And I don't want to risk not getting the study, because the study is so important. It's the last piece we need for the chess thing to test out that theory. But by doing so, I give up the potential for the workshop, which means no improved sledgehammer. Which is very upsetting. But I think it's okay. Because I think if we can check if if we can just verify if my theory about the chess pieces is correct, that has more value than anything else. The improved sledgehammer can come later. It's fine. Plenty of more runs, right? Oh, so many things, Etsta. There's a wall down in the basement that I'm pretty sure we can break. And, well, there was the greenhouse, but we didn't get that one. We didn't draw that one, so... It's a little less important because we don't have the greenhouse, but yeah, that was the big thing I wanted to try it on. Yeah. And getting the jackhammer to potentially, but we can't have all of them anyway, so it's fine. You know what? It's fine. We still have the magnifying glass, which means we have a reason to go to the basement if we can afford the steps. I'm not sure if we can afford the steps. We'll have to calculate that in a sec. But yeah, I have to go for the study. Okay, I don't know if I'm even gonna enter the study. I don't see any item that could be valuable. I don't want to spend 2 steps going back and forth in it. Now, notes. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 2. This is the queen. If I'm not mistaken, I'm just gonna double check. The study is the queen's room. I hope I'm not wrong on that one. Yep, study is the black queen. Okay, so we have... Technically, we have our solution. If, again, my logic is correct. So now, let's see how many steps we can afford. Is the foundation the quickest way outside? I feel like the foundation could be the quickest way outside, as a matter of fact. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and then we're outside, I think. Whereas if we're here, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, actually it's not. It's actually shorter to just go out. But the point is, we can afford it. We can afford to go through the foundation and check the basement's desk. Do I have any other reason to go anywhere else? Oh, the code check. Fuck. Oh, we need to go check our fucking... Oh, God. Hold on. Everything's a mess. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. And then we do the chest. And then we go through the basement through the fountain. And then we go through the fountain. And we don't go through the foundation. I think that's the play. The other play is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. I think we're good either way. I think the foundation has some diggable spots we haven't dug yet, which means potentially some... Or did we? I don't remember if we did. Because it means potential fruits, right? You know what? Okay, let's go. We have to go to the passageway anyway. Let's go to the passageway and think. I'm trying to think what's the best way there. there an argument to go around? No, there's not. Go back to the passageway. Oh, my lord. Running out of steps. Always the worst part of this. Alright, so now's the time for a decision. The one thing I really don't want to mess is, 1, the code check, 2, the chess boards. The foundation stuff, it's just looking at the document with a magnifying glass. I'm okay if I don't get it. I'll get it later. The magnifying glass is much less of a problem to acquire again than the bracelet and the chess pieces. So yeah, I'm gonna go straight down. Code check. Walk outside. Chess piece. So I go straight down, I think. Oh! Did we spread fruits at some point? Oh, the secret garden spread fruits through the house. Oh my god, this is amazing. How many, okay, there has to be a ton of items we haven't found. The estate inventory will be... There's 8 fruits and a lockpick kit somewhere in there. Okay. Fair enough. What items in there? I'm so tempted to check what items in there. Like, is there something we can find that would help? Is it worth doing 1 step in, 1 step out? I don't think so. What could I find that, you know... I mean, there might be a fruit, but... Oh, there's a banana there. Okay, you know what? Actually, considering there's a banana there, yes. I'm willing to take the steps. Oh, that's... I could have guessed it. I could have guessed that was the lockpick there. Well, I don't need it at this point, but good to know. This is giving me Outlast vibes for some reason. Okay. I can't say that I see it, but I respect it. Yeah, more fruits. Oh my god, we're so good. So good. And even another apple there and some coins. For whatever reason. Check item, emerald, bracelets. Perfect. Oh my god, I feel so much better. Every time I check the emerald bracelet, it just... It's like my entire body relaxes. I suddenly feel so much more at ease. I don't have to worry anymore. I really don't want to lose that item. It's so good. Commissary. Do I spend money on anything there? I don't think so. Oh, fuck! I forgot to place a special order in the security room. Ah! I need to make sure to always place special orders. Because then I can guarantee that I get the sledgehammer and stuff like that. Ah. Can I afford going back 30 steps? I'm down to 22 after this. 19. Should be fine. I think it is. Yeah, I think it's fine. I think it's fine. It's worth it. Yeah, I actually at some point in the game, I forgot that it existed entirely. I like legit forgot that it existed for like a few days. Listen, Sila, that emerald bracelet is the nuts. I don't see any item in the game. I haven't seen an item in the game that I feel has more value to my playstyle. And it could be a matter of playstyle, but it's way too good. Sledgehammer again, I think. I just have that, like having the option of having a sledgehammer. And I'm trying to go for like the, you know. Sleeping Mask is really good though. Yeah, sledgehammer. Improve. Because I really want, I need the improved sledgehammer as sooner than later. There's at least, especially if we get the greenhouse, there's at least 2 walls we know of that we can break. I'd really like to do that. Absolutely, Sila, yeah. Again, it goes hand in hand with what I was saying yesterday, right? There's so many ways you can manipulate RNG in this game. Which is why, personally, I'm not looking at the screen, because it's going to give me motion sickness. It really... It doesn't make me feel like the RNG is oppressive in this game. Much less than a lot of roguelikes, actually. I love that. I love the emerald bracelet so much. We don't even have a third checked item. It's just I have 2 of them. That's it. So good. Yeah, okay, we need the battery pack. That's what I was missing today, so I was screwed anyway. Yeah. Actually, you know what? Taking a screenshot of this, very valuable. I should have done that much earlier, in fact. I'm gonna put that near the items here, because that's what I was technically trying to do. This is cancelable. Bam. Here. Yeah, I mean, we kind of figured out that one, but I'm gonna keep it just... Hello, game? Not game, Scalpel. We still have to open the highest grade 4? Are you... Okay, maybe there's more than 4. Oh my god. One of these days, we're gonna have to go full classroom. Get all the knowledge. Like, the classrooms... I've really, truly, thoroughly enjoyed the classrooms. God, if there's more grades, I really want to learn about them. And also, we need to try the laundry room one day. Dude? Yes, dude? Oh yeah, no, I mean, I'm amazed that I've never found anything like that before. It took so long to find. And it's so, yeah, so good. So good. What a great moment that was. What a great set of things. Whenever you eat food and gain steps, you gain extra steps. Okay, I just wanted to confirm what the Salt Shaker did. Also, could be beneficial for the rest of this run, even though you know, it's unlikely that we're gonna need much more. What's up on Pero Vago? How are you doing today? You were given a sub, that is correct. Welcome in. Thank you for watching Disco Elysium. I hope you know that there will be a second Disco Elysium playthrough in 2026 on this channel. We're going to go through the game again with a completely different build than the one I did the first time. I cannot wait. It's gonna be so fucking good. One of the games that I'm most excited about revisiting. Salt on an apple, by the way? No, but, you know. Alright. I completely forgot about the thing! Oh my god, there's this other side thing I completely forgot about because I was so focused on everything else. We opened the door! Oh my god. I legit forgot about it. Salt in a Granny Smith? Why not? It's a Venby can. Okay, I'm gonna check the chess piece first. Because we can always go to that other thing. It's open now, so. The chess piece might be reliant on the actual current setup of the house, so I don't want to miss that. Not very good with English? That's okay. You seem to be doing just fine. Alright, time to test if my theory is correct. Oh. Okay, I'm nervous. I'm a little nervous. Let's see. Because if I'm wrong, I have no clue. That's the problem. If I'm wrong here, I don't know what I do. Okay. I'm pretty sure that did not lit up the last time I was here. Uh-oh. Two, 5. 9, 2. Oh my god. This is it! I think that's it. Oh my god, that's it. Choose your piece to receive a new permanent power? What? Tell me I can repeat that several times. Tell me every day I can get the pieces on the board and I can do that again. Don't tell me anything, chat, but that's what I'm hoping for. How do I know? I'm assuming I'm gonna click on it and it's gonna tell me, or it's random. I don't know. If it's random, I'm picking the queen. Okay. Each time you draft a room on the queen side, west wing, lose 5 steps and gain 1 key? Oh, I don't know about that. Do you accept this power? Not right now. Yeah, that study draw was clutch. Really, really clutch. And again, the fact that we got, you know, the classroom and then we had 8 rerolls, right? That was part of it. I didn't do it intentionally, if I'm honest, but that was a good play. If you reach rank 8 each day, when you reach rank 8 each day, you may choose knight, bishop, rook, and queen. Gain the power of that piece until the end of the day. That's really good. Obviously, you know, in certain situations you might not get to benefit from the power that much, but let's say you go to the side, you find a tunnel, you go straight to rank 8, and then you... Well, I mean, it's a lot of steps. Let's see. Okay, it's gonna be really hard for me not to take this. The Mantle of the Night, the Armory to your draft pool. New room? I mean, how do I pass on a new room? The Ambition of the Pawn, the Mantle of the Night, the Gambit of the Queen. Yeah, I'm not too fond of that. I understand the value, but I'm not too fond of it. The Banner of the King. Each day you may choose a color. Rooms of the chosen color are more likely to be drawn while drafting. This is really strong. My hope is that I can activate the pieces again and potentially switch my power or acquire more of them. You do not have to pay... Oh my god, what? This is so good. Especially in the state we are now, where we want to buy a lot of stuff and we want to, you know, we want to get the books, we want to get the gift shop stuff. This is so powerful. And not having to lose gold anymore because of the chapel, it just becomes a great room. Church corruption confirmed. Okay, listen. I'm converting the Resilience of the Rook. You may draw floor plans up to 4. When drafting the... Okay, only in the corners. Okay, fair enough. Not bad, but not great. Seems more like something I would take, you know, later in the game if I can acquire them all. Okay, so I'm gonna be honest. It's between the Knight and the Bishop. And here's the thing, I don't know how it works. I don't know if I pick one and then this one's activated until I do the... If it's for red, like you pick one and that's it. In which case, I think I'd want the Knight. Because, you know, I don't want to pass on a potential... on a room. My understanding is that I'm going to be able to redo the puzzle. And potentially pick another one. I don't know if it's gonna be like you pick all of them and then you have all of them at the same time, or if it like replaces. I think I could see it being a replacement thing. But this feels like a puzzle you can do several times. It feels like it's not gonna be just once, but I could be completely wrong. But I have to make my decision under the assumption that I only have one forever and that's it, right? Because that's the safe route. If I can redraw and I can do it again, then it doesn't really matter, right? We can do whatever we want eventually. So then later we could get this one. The Bishop's fucking amazing, but I think getting an extra room, I cannot risk not getting that because it's an extra room, right? You know, lore, knowledge, potential. It's too good. I don't think I can pass on that. I'm gonna have to wear the Mantle of the Night, I think. Again, with the assumption that I'm gonna be able to change. The pawn's great. I think the pawn's really good. My only issue with the pawn is that, especially my playstyle, when I usually get to rank 8, my house is already pretty full, so you don't get that much value out of it. Potentially, right? But yeah, I mean, I like the versatility of it. I think it's great. It might be the best piece if you really play around it, just like in real chess, turns out. It's a Mancini. Yeah, I did open the chess board. We sold it. I mean, there's a way to think about this, which is if I pick the ambition of the pawn, I'll eventually be able to try the knight. I'll eventually be able to, you know, try all of them. So maybe the pawn's just better. I don't know. This is hard. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely an argument that if this is one decision forever, the pawn is the only right choice. You give up on the king, which is okay. But then you have access to every other piece, eventually. How does the bishop work in this case? Is it... Gain 30 the first time you enter the chapel each day with this power. So I could have already drafted the chapel and then I activate the bishop and then we get the coins. Okay, actually, yeah, I mean... I'm starting to lean towards pawn, actually. It takes a little more to activate, but the potential of it is just obviously better. You know what I'm starting to think? And I don't know if it makes sense, but there's a part of me that feels like if I'm gonna start playing with the pawn, I'm gonna shoot through the center instead of going to the sides first. Shoot through the center, try to reach the foundation as soon as possible, and then from the foundation you just, you know, expand to the sides. And you know, potentially you reach rank 8 with the pawn as soon as possible, and then you can benefit from a power and just play around that. The problem is keys. You know, you need the keys and the gems, I guess, to get there, but... I think it's a strategy that's potentially viable. This gives me access to everything, right? The pawn. Add the armory. Yeah, okay. I feel confident. If I can only have one, I think the ambition of the pawn's better. If I can only have one. Because it allows me to at least potentially experiment with all of them. You have accepted ambition of the pawn. You may give up this power by returning to this chamber on any future day and unlocking the piece. Okay, well, there you go. Now we know. So it's not a permanent choice. A semi-permanent choice. Great. Very happy with that. Still very happy with my choice. Yeah. This thing's still not open though. There's more shit down there that we still need to figure out. Unbelievable. I mean, also Quasi, I legitimately think that the pawn's just the best piece. It's just like in chess. Just like in chess, if you know how to use it, it becomes the best piece in the game. So I think this is a similar situation. It's just there's too much value there. The versatility of it, the are we allowed to say what we picked first? Sure. Like, had this been like a permanent decision, right, that you can't change, I really don't want to miss on the armory. But the pawn gives me, you know, access to that. Just a little harder, but you get access to it, so. Yeah. Also went with pawn. Damn. I don't think it's fence sitting, I think it's just smart. It's just the right choice. There is such a thing as a correct answer in this case. No, I understand that. There's, you know, it depends what you're trying to do and your play style and everything. Because like rank 8's not easy to find, right? Like you may have, especially my play style tends to fill up the space pretty well before I get to rank 8. Yeah. King is good. I like the king too. Yeah, being able to like orient like a space. I feel like the king's not accessible by the pawn, right? So the king, depending on what you're trying to do specifically, could be really good. Like king and orange. I can see a lot of good stuff coming out of that, for instance. Yeah. Yeah, no, the king, I think the king makes a lot of sense too. What knight couldn't resist the new room? Yeah, no, same. I feel that. I'm okay delaying the access to the new room just to have a bit more power, I guess. Yeah. The rook, yeah, the rerolls. Mm-hmm. Let's see. So we have 2 more things that we can try today. First of which is this room here. I have no idea what that's gonna be. It's funny that you can see like the electrical stuff. Like you could have predicted it was linked to the electricity. Yeah, this run was insane. Another crazy good run. The Blackbridge Grotto. Oh lord. Suddenly we're in the Matrix. Also the music. One 100. Oh no, do I need to know binary? God. Hey, do you find a new room because of a puzzle you solved? What do you get? A puzzle! A small data microchip. Looks like it might be able to be plugged in somewhere. I don't know. It feels more like I need to find other microchips to put in there. But maybe I need to bring this one to somewhere else? But I can't think of anywhere, I don't think. Okay, we have to try the passcode there. Oh, wait, hold on. Is that's not how it works, probably not, right? Yeah, no, okay. I'm gonna leave that one here. Keyboard still doesn't have an I, by the way. Blackbridge. Admin key! I know the code! Let's look at my notes. R-U-O-T-H. Oh! Oh, that is so good! That is brilliant! That's so good! Oh my god, this is so good! Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I was so, like, I've had that code for so long. And I was so excited to finally use it. This is so good. Absolutely perfect. But then, he thought, what if the same logic applies to the next caretaker, whose name we might find out? Maybe we already know. Let me look at my notes. Where was it? Where was this bullshit? It was in the oh my god. I don't even remember the name of the room I'm looking for. It was in the... I know that if I see it, I'll be like, that's the one. But I can't remember. Servants' quarters. Is what I'm looking for. I think. Quarters. There it is. Thank you. Jeez. Mrs. Babbage just told me that you will be overseeing network maintenance over the next few weeks while I will be gone. So the person responsible for it, presumably, is Randolph. I don't know if I know Randolph's last name. Shit. Because presumably he uses the same logic, right? The code will be established in the same way. But I don't know who... I'm not sure whose Randolph's last name was. Ravan, maybe? No, Ravan was the groundskeeper. God, I wish I had taken better notes with the names. Yeah, see, Randolph. I just have Randolph. He has to have another name, though. I need to look at all the letters. Lori? No. What's up, Yannick? Yeah, for sure. I think my note-taking could have been better in a lot of ways, but it's okay. That's how you learn, you know? How you learn. Oh, maybe one of the names there? Ah, shit. I was hoping for a checkout card. A lot of names there. Yeah, I think that's the part that I'm missing. I don't have the name of Randolph's. I don't have Randolph's last name, I don't think. I mean, at least I know what I'm looking for. That's, you know, that's something. And also, it's a very accessible place, right? Like, it's not like I'm gonna struggle to find that place again, so. God damn it. So close, yet so far. I mean, I could try a bunch of names that I know are families from the estate. I mean, I doubt that's Bab A. Oh! And Babbage had a code. Okay, we're in business. Let's go. I thought, you know, since Randolph was the one that I had a, you know. But obviously she's responsible for everything, so it makes sense she would have a key, right? That was always sort of my, like, last, you know, last ditch attempt, but... Key expired, key expired. Randolph Moore was his name, most likely. Personnel access. Okay. Lead system administrator. Last login 93 in September. Okay. Or no, it's American dates. Weird. Lead lab technician for Cinca, set up estate terminals and Blackbridge network. That's Kimberly Thompson or K something Thompson. Baba is you. Recent transfer from Cinca, former executive assistants to H.S. Sinclair, trusted with full admin privileges. Also last login a while back. What do you mean last login in October? Last login today? Author of all personnel notes. Most drafted room, the office. This one, the lab. And this one, the lab too. Makes sense. Servants' quarters. Baron's valet for 20 years, substituting for Mr. Moore until we can find a suitable assistant admin. I'm glad that I at least figured out that it was going to be the same logic for the code, but a different name. I'm pretty happy with that. Terminated March 92 for suspicion of blackmail and not watering the plants. Okay. One of these things is worse than the other, but... Plus 3 additional delisted admin keys. Interesting. Let's exit and go back with more R. There we go. Network settings. Terminal timeout settings. Electronic mail settings. Oh my god, this is so good. Inbound, outbound connections, electronic mail communications outside the local network have been temporarily disabled. Okay. The timeout setting controls how long a computer terminal stays connected to the network without disconnecting from the server. The default setting, immediate, requires a new connection each time user attempts to connect to the network. I don't know why I wouldn't want it on anything else than 1 month. Well, actually, hold on. What if it prevents me from logging on a different account? I don't want that. You know what? I'll leave it on the way it is now. We'll see if I need to change it. More R. The last cables have finally been laid and the office terminal has been connected to the central network. Given the ever-changing nature of the rooms on the estate, we choose to install the server outside of the house to maintain connection stability at all times. A small cavern of the eastern drive was selected for the server site. See, this room is a lot more what I imagine I would find behind the big bunker doors near the orchard, right? That's sort of kind of the room that I was expecting to find there. Like a sort of, you know, network secret thing. So I'm loving this right now. All remaining computers terminals on the estate are now connected to the network mainframe, and we will now begin testing remote access capabilities between them. I've also asked the Baron to come up with a name for the network. After some deliberation, our network has been named Blackbridge, a somewhat ominous name for a project given the legend from which the term derives, though very fitting considering we chose an actual cave to house the mainframe. I only hope that our servers do not suffer the same fate that befell those in the story. Regular maintenance report fixed a connection error that was occurring between the office and security terminal. We also have added the electronic mail capabilities via each terminal that can be accessed via the network. Recording capabilities of all cameras on the estate have been disabled. Additionally, the existing video playback functionality on the security terminal has also been removed. That is strange. And that, if I'm not mistaken, is around the time that Marion Marigold disappeared. Hold up a minute. Yep. February 87 is when she disappeared. Suddenly the cameras have been deleted? Nah. There's something shady going on. Something very shady is going on. That is not a coincidence. And deleted logs on top of that? Yeah, sure. Look at this. As requested yesterday, new admin key created, though the requested name doesn't fit with our typical length formatting. Oh, shit. That seems interesting. Effective immediately, all electronic mail capabilities have been restricted and now can only be accessed via the office terminal. All other terminal inboxes have been archived and can only be restored via admin control. Temporary access to the mainframe in Blackbridge Grotto has been restored to perform routine maintenance. Temporary access to the mainframe in Blackbridge Grotto has been restored to perform routine maintenance. Updated access privileges for the following account types. Admin access, full access to features. Personal access to user database. Archive access, full access. Plus access to archived admin logs and delete the database entry. So we need the archived access is what I'm hearing. RTA is down while we work on a solution to report the terminal connection failures. RTA is working again. Terminal connection tested, confirmed functional. To make future testing easier, added the ability to access offline terminals through the RTA when Blackbridge is open. Per request, one temporary admin key has been added to the network. Admin key deactivated. New admin key added to the network. Welcome to the team. Added new data management features to Blackbridge admin control. Changing of the guard in preparation for Simon's arrival. Inbound and outbound messages as well as offsite connections from outside the estate has been disabled as per the instruction led by the Baron himself. Okay, so we need to find the archive access, which I don't know. We're gonna have to study that terminal again. Import trophy data? Save, duplicate save? Okay, interesting. That seems like outside of the game stuff, right? I mean, okay, hold on. Her real name was Jones. Joan M. I'm gonna have to study this more. I think that something about the archives, right? I'm gonna have to look at it with on like a filled stomach with a clear brain tomorrow. We'll spend some steps tomorrow to check that room again, I think. And see if I can think of something that could be the archives access. It is very interesting though. This is a very interesting situation. I delete my browser history and I have nothing to hide, yeah. Man, this game's so fucking amazing. Holy shit. Just... my mind is blown by the sort of like the sheer diversity of the puzzles and the way you solve them and just how it keeps on just escalating with more and more mysteries and... It is legitimately mind-blowing. Yeah, the size of that iceberg is just... extremely impressive. Oh shit, hold on, I'm stuck. Oh no, I think my... I do not... Oh, no, never mind, hold on. Wait, no, that doesn't work. Oh, wait. No, I am stuck. What? Fuck! I left the fucking device in the wrong fucking... God damn it. I left it in the wrong setup. Because now I'm here and the only thing I can do is rotate it, but then I only have access to this, which doesn't do anything. Yeah, I'm stuck. Okay, what I can do is at least set it up for tomorrow. There we go. Then next time I come here, there's a direct access, but that's very annoying. I was really... Yeah, and there's no way for me to... I don't have enough steps to go back to the foundations, and... I really wanted to use the... I really wanted to use the magnifying glass on the desk documents in the basement, but that's okay. We'll go back there. It's not too big of a deal to find the magnifying glass, I think. So we'll be fine. We'll be fine. Oh shit! The music is still going here. You know what? I think I'm ready. I'm ready to call this one my favorite track in the game. Oh, that's so... Dude, that one little landing on that low note there is so satisfying. Yeah, Brightwood for sure. The archives have been dethroned, yep. This is now officially my favorite one. Oh, so good. Alright, I think this is where we're gonna call it a day for this run. I think we've done everything we could. We have so many new things, so many good unlocks, so many exciting things to try tomorrow. The Grand Campus. 4 classrooms and a library. Look at how cool it looks. What a run. Yeah, Jesus. What a run. Another one. Another good one. It keeps coming. I never expect much of those runs, and they always keep surprising me. I've had a couple of duds, right? Like here and there, but outside of that, almost every run we've had, something like kind of, you know, unexpected happened and it blew my mind. It's just one of those games. It's one of those games. I will never be able to say enough good things about this one. Right now, the way I feel about the game gets better every day. Like, my appreciation and my love for the game only increases. I'm not getting tired of it. I'm not bored of any aspect of it. I keep being more and more impressed by it. Not that many games can do that after like more than 3 weeks, almost 3 weeks playing it. This is a rare video game. What an exceptional work of art. Exceptional work of art. I just... All right. Well, everyone, thank you guys for hanging out tonight. I appreciate you very, very much. Thank you for the lurks and the conversations. Thank you for the good times. Thank you for just, in general, the support. Thank you, Brandon, for the raid. Appreciate it. Thank you, Cassie, for the resub. Appreciate it. Yeah, just another good one. I am excited about tomorrow. I cannot wait. I cannot wait for another one. All right, well, I'm gonna drop you guys off at Nasralla's daycare. I'm dropping you off at Nasralla's daycare. The man's trying to, is still doing like Souls runs right now, like challenge runs, but he's thinking about potentially expanding into variety more in the future. Please give him your support. Give him a follow, even if you don't vibe with the Souls challenge runs, so that if one day he starts doing variety, then you can come and support him, because he's great at doing variety. He's, you know, it's just not how he built his community, so it's a rough transition for him. So let's give him some love while he's trying to at least finish this run, and then maybe he does something else with his life. Anyway, I'll be back tomorrow, 19 hours from now, roughly 7 p.m. Central European Time, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific, for more adventures of Blueprints. Have a beautiful rest of your day, evening, or night. I will see you guys tomorrow. And until then, remember me, and I will remember you.